참여를 맡게 된 서울시 아나운서 서지영입니다. 반갑습니다. 오늘 2025년도 제18회 국제기구 진출 설명회에 오신 여러분들을 진심으로 환영합니다. 먼저 행사 시작에 앞서서 비상대피 안내 영상을 먼저 시청하도록 하겠습니다.
여러분의 안전을 위해 비상시 대피로를 알려드립니다. 지금 여러분께서 계신 곳은 본관 다목적 홀입니다. 안전한 대피를 위해 여러분이 계신 곳과 가장 가까운 출구와 피난 계단의 위치를 확인하여 주시기 바랍니다. 비상시에는 화살표 방향으로 신속하게 대피하여 주시기 바랍니다. 비상 대피 시 주의사항을 알려드리겠습니다. 화재 시에는 물에 젖은 손수건 등으로 코와 입을 막고 자세를 최대한 낮추어 이동하여 주시기 바랍니다. 엘리베이터 탑승은 위험하니 반드시 안전한 피난 계단을 이용해 주세요. 소화기와 소화전의 위치는 다음과 같습니다. 소화기 사용 방법입니다. 소화기를 바닥에 두고 안전핀을 뽑아줍니다. 호스를 빼고 노즐을 불 쪽으로 향해 줍니다. 손잡이를 눌러 분말을 골고루 분사해 줍니다. 서울시는 시민의 안전을 최우선으로 생각합니다. 즐겁고 안전한 방문 되시기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
오늘 전체 세션에서는 개회사, 환영사, 그리고 특별연설 이후에 국제기구 인사 담당자분들의 자기소개가 이어지겠습니다. 그리고 외교부 국제기구 진출 프로그램 소개 및 서울 소재 국제기구 현황 발표, 서울 소재 국제기구 담당자 소개를 마지막으로 전체 세션이 종료가 됩니다. 이후 15시부터 이곳 다목적 홀에서 국제기구 심층 세션이 진행될 예정입니다. 국제기구 모의 면접은 같은 층에 위치한 간담회장 1에서 진행이 됩니다. 현재 3층 대회의실에서는 서울시 소재 국제기구의 홍보 및 상담 부스가 운영되고 있습니다. 많은 관심 부탁드립니다. 그럼 먼저 이철 외교부 국제기구 원자력 국장님의 개회사가 있겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 저는 외교부 국제기구 원자력 국장 이철입니다. 반갑습니다. 먼저 2025년 국제기구 진출 설명회에 참석해 주신 여러분 모두를 진심으로 환영합니다. 그리고 바쁜 일정 중에 한국을 방문해서 이번 서울 설명회에 참석해 주신 IOM 이성하 사무처장님 또 환영하고 감사드립니다. 그리고 국제기구 진출에 대해서 유익한 조언을 해주시기 위해서 많은 국제기구국 담당자분들이 오늘 이 자리에 함께 해주셨습니다. 유엔사무국, UNDP, UNEP, UNHCR, FAO, ICC, IAEA, OECD 그리고 IOM의 인사 담당자분들께서 함께 해주셨는데 감사 말씀드립니다. 그리고 무엇보다도 오늘 설명회를 위해서 적극 지원해 주시고 도와주신 서울시 김태균 행정부시장님과 또 관계자분들께 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 오늘은 주요 국제기구의 인사 담당자들이 이제 직접 이곳에 함께 자리를 함께 해주시면서 국제기구 진출을 위해서 필요한 여러 가지 정보와 노하우를 전해주시는 기회입니다. 그래서 이번 설명회가 여러분들 그 국제기구의 진출을 꿈을 가지고 계신 그 여러분들이 미래를 설계하고 준비하는데 도움이 되시기를 바라겠습니다. 여러분도 아시겠지만 우리나라는 1991년에 유엔에 가입을 했습니다. 비교적 좀 늦게 가입을 했는데요. 그럼에도 불구하고 국제사회에 대한 기여를 빠르게 확대하면서 현재는 우리나라가 유엔의 정규 예산을 9번째로 많이 부담하는 그런 국가로 자리매김을 했습니다. 그리고 또 여러분도 잘 아시다시피 제8대 유엔 사무총장으로 우리 반기문 총장님이 사무총장직을 역임하셨고 지금은 돌아가셨지만 이종욱 제6대 WHO 사무총장님, 그리고 임기택 제9대 국제해사기구 사무총장님 등 주요한 국제기구의 수장을 배출하는 성과를 이루어냈습니다. 그리고 현재는 여러분들 유엔에 관심이 있으시니까 이미 알고 계실 수도 있겠지만 우리가 그 2024년, 2025년 임기에 유엔 안전보장이사회 이사국을 역임하고 있고요. 또 2025년, 27년 임기에 유엔 인권이사회 이사국도 선출이 돼서 우리가 활동을 하고 있습니다. 그만큼 한국이 유엔의 무대에서 국제사회 현안 해결 노력에 적극적으로 동참하는 국가가 되었습니다. 그리고 이제 이런 성과에 발맞추어서 우리 국제기구에 진출하고 있는 한국인 숫자도 많이 늘어났습니다. 그래서 현재는 약 한 1,300명 정도 되는 한국인 분들이 각종 기구에서 근무하면서 기여를 하고 있습니다. 또 외교부는 우리의 국제적 위상 그리고 국제사회에 대한 우리의 기여에 걸맞는 수준으로 우리 국민의 국제기구 진출이 더욱더 활발히 이루어질 수 있도록 다양한 지원을 제공하고 있습니다. 여러분도 들어보셨을지 모르겠지만 주요 국제기구의 직원으로 근무할 수 있는 기회를 제공하는 JPO 프로그램이 있습니다. 그래서 JPO 프로그램을 저희들이 1996년부터 운영하고 있고요. 특히 작년부터는 25명 선발 인원이었던 것을 저희들이 30명으로 확대해서 지원하고 있고, 또 올해부터는 근무 3년 차까지 정부가 지원하는 그러한 제도를 운영하고 있습니다. 그래서 우리 JPO로 파견 나간 우리 그 파견자들이 한 80% 이상이 파견 기간이 종료된 이후에 국제기구 진출에 성공하는 그런 성과를 거둔 바 있습니다. 또 JPO 프로그램은 우리 청년이 국제 무대로 나가는 데 있어서 중요한 그런 디딤돌 역할을 계속 할 것입니다. 그리고 JPO 프로그램 외에도 우리 정부는 우리 청년들이 국제기구가 활동하는 현장에서 근무 경험을 쌓을 수 있도록 유엔 자원봉사단 파견 제도도 운영하고 있고, 또 각종 인턴십 프로그램도 저희들이 마련하고 있습니다. 그래서 여러분들이 이러한 정보들을 나중에 잘 살펴보시고 활용하시면 도움이 되실 것 같습니다. 그리고 또 외교부 내에 저희들이 이제 국제기구 진출을 위해 필요한 어떤 정보들과 상담을 제공하는 국제기구 인사센터도 운영 중에 있습니다. 그래서 여러분들이 이것을 방문하시거나 전화를 주시면 여러분들이 필요한 정보들을 저희들이 최대한 제공해 드리려고 노력하고 있습니다. 그리고 또 무엇보다도 중요한 또 오늘 행사가 참 중요한데요. 우리가 2008년부터 매년 좀 이렇게 국제기구 진출 설명회를 저희들이 개최를 하고 있습니다. 그래서 우리 국민, 특히 우리 청년들이 좀 국제기구 진출에 필요한 정말 실질적인 정보들을 우리 국제기구에서 근무하시는 다양한 우리 분들로부터 직접 듣고 조언을 듣고 참고할 수 있는 그런 기회를 저희들이 매년 마련하고 있는데, 이 모든 것이 우리 정부가 국제기구 진출을 희망하는 우리 젊은 청년들을 지원하기 위한 그런 노력의 일환으로 하고 있는 일들입니다. 여러분도 아시다시피 지금 국제사회가 정말 여러 가지 어려운 일들이 많습니다. 지정학적 갈등도 심화되고 있고, 지역 분쟁, 기후변화, 식량, 에너지 위기 등 복합적인 위기를 겪고 있습니다. 전례 없는 이런 불확실성 가운데 유엔을 포함한 국제기구들도 많은 도전에 직면해 있습니다. 하지만 이런 도전과 위기는 또 기회를 우리에게 제공합니다. 지금은 국제기구에서 또 창의적이고 책임감 있게 목소리를 낼 수 있는 인재들의 역할이 더욱 중요해진 시기라고 할 수 있습니다. 오늘 설명회를 통해서 여러분이 국제 무대에서 변화를 만드는 주체로 성장할 수 있는 그런 기회가 열리기를 진심으로 바라고, 또 또 오늘 여기서 제공하는 여러 가지 정보와 또 상담 이런 모든 프로그램들이 여러분들이 미래를 설계하고 준비하는데 큰 도움이 될 수 있기를 바라겠습니다. 외교부는 여러분의 도전에 필요한 가능한 지원을 앞으로도 아끼지 않고 계속해 나가겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 오늘 개회사로 문을 활짝 열어주신 이철 국장님 감사합니다. 다음은 국제기구 진출을 위해 관심과 애정을 아끼지 않으시는 김태균 서울시 행정일 부시장님의 환영사가 있겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 맞아주십시오.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 서울시 김태균 부시장입니다. 18번째 국제기구 진출 설명회 오신 모든 분들께 환영의 말씀을 드립니다. 행사 개최를 위해서 힘써주신 외교부 이철 국장님, 또 유엔협회, 세계연맹 서울사무국, 그리고 무엇보다 멀리 외국에서 와주신 국제기구 관계관 여러분께 특히 감사드립니다. 오늘 날씨가 굉장히 덥습니다. 더운데도 불구하고 2층까지 꽉 찰 정도로 많은 청년들이 와주셔서 또 감사드리고요. 에어컨을 세게 틀으라고 했는데도 여러분들이 열기 때문에 살짝 더운 느낌이네요. 아침에 폭염경보가 발령이 됐습니다. 폭염경보는 체감온도 35도 이상이 이틀이 되면 발령이 되는데요. 오늘이 올해 첫 폭염경보가 발령된 날입니다. 네, 참고하시고 올해는 해외 소재 국제기구 9개 그리고 국내를 포함해서 총 18개 국제기구가 참여해 주셨다고 들었습니다. 저도 뭐 전후 세대이긴 합니다만은 요즘 인터넷 영상에서 이제 우리나라를 홍보하는 영상을 아마도 외교부나 이런 데서 만드신 것 같은데 이런 내용을 본 기억이 있습니다. 6.25 전쟁 이야기를 하고 또 너무 가난했던 나라가 이제는 세계인으로부터 도움을 받던 시대를 뒤로하고 경제 대국이 됐고 여러분들이 희망하시는 일처럼 세계인들을 도와주는 나라가 됐다. 뭐 이런 영상을 보면 저는 전후 세대이긴 합니다만은 살짝 가슴이 뭉클할 때가 있습니다. 여러분들도 꼭 취업에 성공하셔서 그 느낌을 꼭 가져보시기를 기원합니다. 저는 이제 서울시에서 한 30년 정도 공무원으로 일하고 있는데 서울시 공무원들의 자부심은 1000만 시민을 위해서 일한다는 건데요. 여러분들이 국제기구 취업에 성공하시면 조금 전에 찾아봤는데 82억 명을 위해서 일하시게 되더라고요. 자부심을 가져도 좋은 일이 될 것이고요. 동시에 우리나라의 위상을 높이는 데도 크게 기여할 겁니다. 외교부에서 많이 애써주고 계십니다만 저희 서울시에서도 국제기구에서 인턴을 할 수 있는 청년 인턴 직무 캠프, 연간 한 100여 분의 청년들이 어려운 나라에 가서 봉사하시는 프로그램도 진행을 합니다. 올해는 아마 우즈베키스탄하고 키르기즈스탄 쪽으로 가신 걸로 알고 있고요. 이런 서울시의 다양한 청년 정책들을 청년 몽땅 정보통에 가보시면 확인할 수 있어요. 국제기구 말고 여러 가지 좋은 기회들이 많이 있습니다. 어쨌든 서울시는 외교부를 도와서 여러분들이 글로벌 인재로 성장할 수 있도록 계속 지원해 나가겠습니다. 뜻깊은 행사에 참여해 주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 큰 감사를 드리고 청년 여러분의 도전을 계속 응원하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 부시장님 말씀 감사합니다. 자리에 돌아가 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 다음은 이성아 국제이주기구 사무차장님의 특별 연설이 있겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 맞이해 주십시오.
네, 안녕하세요, 여러분. IOM 이주기구 사무차장 이성아입니다. 오늘 저의 고향이자 또 제 여정의 시작점인 이곳 우리나라 대한민국에서 여러분과 함께 만나게 되어서 정말 반갑습니다. 더불어 오늘 이렇게 다재다능하고 밝은 미래를 가진 대한민국 청년들과 만날 수 있는 자리를 마련해 주신 외교부와 서울특별시의 담당자분들께도 깊은 감사를 드립니다. 우선 제가 어떤 분들이 오셨는지 잠깐 질문을 좀 드리고 싶습니다. 그래서 나는 유엔이나 국제기구에 대해서 잘 알고 있다 라고 생각하시는 분은 손을 한번 들어보세요. Okay, this row doesn't count, but 한번 들어보세요. 아, 예. 몇 분 안 계시네요. 그러면 나는 유엔이나 국제기구 인턴십에 지원한 적이 있다. 손을 들어보세요. 아, 예. 좀 많이 있으시고. 나는 유엔이나 국제기구에 곧 지원할 계획이 있다. 플랜이 있다. 아, 점점 손이 많아집니다. 나는 유엔이나 국제기구 아니면 일을 못하겠다. 제가 일하고 있는 IOM, 이제 UN 마이그레이션이라고도 하는데요. 이곳은 이주 분야와 그다음에 인도적인 지원을 선도하는 UN 기구입니다. IOM은 전 세계 한 100개국 이상의 국가에서 인도적이고 질서 있는 이주를 실현하고 또 재난과 분쟁, 자연재해, 경제 발전에 어려움을 겪고 있는 지역 사회들을 도우며 또 각국 정부들이 존엄성과 존중을 기반으로 전 세계 이주 문제를 관리할 수 있도록 지원을 하고 있는 기구입니다. 그래서 제가 처음 국제기구에서 이제 커리어를 생각했을 때 또 이 자리까지 오게 된 경험을 이렇게 되새겨 보면서 몇 마디를 이렇게 드리고 싶었습니다. IOM을 포함한 유엔에서 하는 일들은 단순히 정책이나 외교에 국한된 것은 아닙니다. 물론 그 분야가 굉장히 중요하지만 그 모든 일의 중심에는 사람이 있습니다. 취약한 사람들을 보호하고 위기에 대응하고 기존의 경제나 사회 문제를 새로운 시각으로 바라보면서 세상을 보다 인도적이고 정의롭고 더 살기 좋은 방향으로 이끄는 전반적인 시스템을 만들어가는 것, 이 모든 것이 이제 우리의 일이 되는 것입니다. 그래서 우선 제가 생각할 때 가장 중요한 거는 본인 자신의 목표, 열정, 삶의 의미 이런 거를 우선 가장 중요시 생각하셔야 될 것 같습니다. 제 얘기를 잠깐 드리자면 저는 어릴 때 아프리카에서 잠깐 살면서 정말 힘들게 살아가는 사람들의 모습을 보면서 이건 좀 아닌 것 같다. 모두에게 정말 좋은 기회가 주어질 수 있는 그런 세상을 만드는데 내가 조금이라도 기여할 수 있으면 정말 좋겠다. 이런 꿈을 키우면서 자랐습니다. 그 후로는 경제 개발과 발전, 그다음에 제가 많이 했던 게 금융 포용 정책, 이제 우리나라랑 함께 또 G20에서도 그 일을 많이 했고요. 스킬, 취업 문제, 디지털 경제, 기후 변화, 여러 분야에서 일을 하면서 계속해서 이러한 과제들에 대해서 고민을 하고 도전을 해왔습니다. 그래서 본인이 정말 열정이 있는 게 뭔지, 아니면 특정 분야에 열정이 없다면 내가 삶에서 궁극적으로 이루고 싶은 목표가 뭔지, 그것이 나한테 어떤 삶의 의미를 주는지, 우선 그런 것을 이루기 위한 강한 의지가 무엇보다 중요하다고 생각이 됩니다. 이런 열정은 국제기구에 취업을 할 때도, 그리고 준비를 할 때도 중요하지만 취업에 성공을 해서 일을 할 때는 더더욱 중요합니다. 왜냐하면 일이 항상 쉽고 순탄하지만은 않기 때문인데요. 제가 또 하나 기억나는 거는 저는 처음 인턴으로 시작을 했습니다. 그래서 ITC라는 유엔 국제기구에서 인턴으로 시작을 했는데 여러 힘든 점이 많았지만 또 하나 솔직히 말씀드리면 이제 어떤 기구들은 인턴은 보수가 없습니다. 그래서 이제 본인이 알아서 살아가야 되는데 제가 그때 기억나는 게 이제 아침에 출근하면서 기차역에서 거기 가장 큰 샌드위치가 팔아요. 제일 싸고 가장 큰 거. 그걸 아침마다 사서 세 개로 잘라서 아침에는 한 부분을 먹고 점심 때 한 부분 먹고 저녁 때 한 부분을 먹고 이렇게 생활을 계속 인턴 생활을 했는데 생각해 보면 그때가 너무너무 행복한 시간이었습니다. 왜냐하면 제가 열정이 있는 곳에서 처음으로 일을 할 수 있게 된다는 것만으로도 너무 좋았고 내가 뭔가를 기여한다는 거에 너무 좋았고 그래서 그런 열정이 지금도 이렇게 힘들 때마다 제 원동력이 되는 것 같습니다. 그래서 그 열정이 우선 필요하다는 거. 두 번째로 말씀드리고 싶은 거는 이제 포기하지 않는 도전 정신. 제가 이제 인턴을 마치고 유엔에 직원으로 들어가기 위해서 여러 가지 알아보고 이러면서 이제 베이컨시 난 거에 이렇게 지원을 했는데 그때 주변 분들이 너 거기 뭐 아는 사람 있어? 아니 없는데? 너 거기 뭐 해본 적 있어? 아니 없는데? 야 그럼 너 안 돼. 그렇게 되는 거 아니야. 이런 식으로 저한테 이렇게 격려보다는 안 된다는 얘기를 제가 굉장히 많이 들었습니다. 또 무언가를 할 때 유엔은 그렇게 되는 데가 아니야. 우리는 그렇게 일하지 않아. 이런 얘기를 항상 많이 들었을 때마다 만약에 그때 그 말만 듣고 포기를 했다면 아마 저는 여기 당연히 없었겠죠. 그래서 제가 생각했을 때 이런 국제 네트워크, 인맥 이런 거는 원래 있는 사람도 아니고 그렇다고 계속 있다고 그냥 생기는 것도 아닙니다. 끊임없이 노력하고 계속해서 작은 성과를 이루어갈 때 계속해서 작은 혁신을 보여줄 때 그럴 때 조금씩 인정을 받고 국제사회에서의 네트워크가 인맥이 생기게 되는 것 같습니다. 세 번째 말씀드리고 싶은 거는 끊임없는 배움의 자세입니다. 저는 여러 기구들에서 종사를 하면서 다양한 분야에서 이제 일을 해왔습니다. 그런데 궁극적인 한 가지 목표 아래 여러 가지를 해보는 거, 그거를 접하고 배울 수 있다는 기회로 삼는다는 게 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다. 항상 새로운 시각으로 알아가려고 하고 배우는 자세, 끊임없는 세상이 굉장히 빠르게 변하고 있는데 이 끊임없는 변화 속에서 적응만 할 게 아니라 연구하고 본인이 선도하려는 노력, 그리고 다른 사람 얘기를 들으려는 다른 나라들, 국가들의 입장을 들으려는 오픈 마인드, 이게 유엔 커리어를 원하는 분들께는 정말 중요한 것 같습니다. 뭐 다른 여러 가지도 많지만 이제 마지막으로 말씀드리고 싶은 거는 자신을 끝까지 믿고 또 자기 자신한테 솔직해야 된다는 거. 유엔에는 보면 뭐 법학, 공공보건, 엔지니어링, 사회학, 국제관계학 여러 다양한 전공가들이 있고 여러 분야에서 이제 커리어를 펼칠 수가 있습니다. 그래서 여러분이 지금까지 배워온 많은 것들, 열심히 공부하신 것들을 활용할 수 있는 기회는 무궁무진합니다. 그렇지만 그렇다고 이 직업이 모두에게 맞는 직장은 아닙니다. 그래서 아까 처음에 말씀드렸듯이 과연 내가 왜 이 일을 하고 싶은지, 내가 정말로 이 일을 하고 싶은지 전 세계 지원자들과 경쟁하고 복잡한 수없는 절차를 거치고 여러 난관을 통과할 열정과 패기가 있는지 이런 거를 다 생각을 하시고 난 정말 있어 이럴 때는 본인을 꼭 믿으시고 끝까지 첫 번째 안 되고 두 번째 안 돼도 끝까지 자신을 믿고 노력해 주시길 바랍니다. 그래서 오늘 이제 IOM을 비롯해서 여러 국제기구, 유엔 기구들이 운영하고 있는 부스들이 아까 있다고 들었는데 꼭 찾아가 보시고 가서서 이제 HR 담당자들과 이제 인사도 나누시고 또 궁금한 것도 적극적으로 물어보시고 그들이 실제로 어떤 일을 하는지 어떤 이야기와 경험을 가지고 있는지 직접 들어보는 게 굉장히 큰 도움이 될 거라고 생각합니다. 또 유엔에는 들어가는 방법도 굉장히 다양합니다. 한 가지만 있는 게 아니라 아까 미리 말씀해 주셨지만 뭐 인턴, JPO, 세컨디, 바로 베이컨시에 지원하는 방법 여러 가지가 있기 때문에 그런 방법도 꼭 물어보시고 이제 여러 가지 방안을 알려두시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그래서 저를 비롯해서 이제 다른 국제기구에서 오신 많은 분들이 여러분들에게 유익한 정보와 도움을 드리기 위해서 이 자리에 이제 나와 있습니다. 그래서 오늘 그 기회를 마음껏 활용하시는 기회를 꼭 가지시길 바랍니다. 오늘 함께 해주셔서 진심으로 감사드리고요. 또 머지않아 제가 물론 이렇게 보면서 다 얼굴을 기억을 못하겠지만 머지않아 꼭 여러분들을 함께 일하는 동료로 또 국제사회 변화를 이끄는 주역으로 다시 만나 뵙게 되기를 진심으로 기대합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 열정과 도전 정신, 끊임없는 배움의 자세까지 말씀해 주신 사무차장님 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. 다음으로 오늘 설명회를 위해 먼 곳에서 자리해 주신 국제기구 인사 담당자분들의 간략한 인사 말씀과 함께 기구별 소개를 들어보는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 9명 국제기구 인사 담당자분들은 모두 무대 위로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다. 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. OECD 파리에 있는 OECD에서 온 이다영입니다. 전 지금 OECD 인사국에서 HR 비즈니스 파트너로 일을 하고 있고요. 채용 관리를 지금 하고 있고 여러 다양한 포지션들을 지금 채용하고 있으니까 OECD를 비롯해 여러분들이 궁금한 점들 여러분들이 알고 싶은 질문들을 답할 수 있게 기대하고 있습니다. 외교부와 참석하신 여러분들께 감사드리고 뵙게 돼서 정말 좋은 기회인 것 같습니다. 감사합니다.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jie Wang. I'm the Regional HR Officer in the FAO. The full name is Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Too long, and if you don't know FAO, just for your information, FAO was created 8 days earlier than the UN. That's it. Okay. So actually, it was created in 16th October. That is why every year we have a World Food Day. Then 8 days later, 24 October, we have the UN Day, right? All the UN was celebrating. And FAO is, if you don't know the mandate, just a short, is ending hunger. And no poverty, ending hunger, food security, which is very important. So all the country need food and food safety, security. That's our mandate. And just for your information, Republic of Korea is still underrepresented. And FAO is one of the organizations we call the specialized agency of the UN systems, was less affected by the UN reform or the funding changes, financial crisis. We are very stable, and we welcome Korean students, young talent to apply our jobs. We have presence in 130 countries all over the world. Asia Pacific has also big opportunities, and our regional office is based in Bangkok, and welcome you to apply many jobs in FAO. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, annyeonghaseyo. I'm not Korean, but I'm Thai. I'm very happy to be here in Korea again after 15 years. My name is Vanviva Pumipanit. I'm an HR officer, business partnering with the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency based in Vienna. I'm bringing with me experience in various UN organizations as well as private sector. I started my UN career very young in the Secretariat in 2007 when I started my career as a recruitment associate at the GS General Service level, and I moved to the WFP World Food Program, leading talent acquisition team in the regional office in Asia Pacific and also in country Office Afghanistan. And I'm now with IAEA with the recruitment team. I'm happy to be here today to share with you the experience and also inspiration for joining our UN community. Have a nice, lovely day with us.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Mariana Granja. I'm acting as an Associate Human Resources Officer at the International Criminal Court, ICC. We are located in The Hague, in the Netherlands. I am originally from Brazil, and before joining the court, I have worked in Brazil in some private sector agencies and also in some governmental institutions. But I always dreamed about working in a place that had a strong mission, a purpose, and that's why I decided to apply to the court. So I really hope that our presentations today are going to inspire you, that you learn a lot about the ACC and about the other organizations here, and that we receive your applications. We would love to receive your applications. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for coming. Thank you to our organizers, the Ministry of Government, the World Federation of UN Associations. Thanks for organizing this event. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Miguel Mourato Gordo. I'm the Director of Strategic Human Resources at the United Nations Secretariat in New York. I'll save a lot of the details for when we have an opportunity to interact in our next sessions. But I'm sure you all know about the United Nations, and you know, the main pillars come from the charter that was signed after the Second World War, and its emphasis is on peace and security, human rights, economic and social development, humanitarian system, environment, and the UN is also the house for very critical international organizations and mechanisms, the Security Council, for example, the General Assembly, the ECOSOC, so a lot of international ways to support multilateralism and to secure the implementation of the principles of the Charter, you know, reside under the umbrella of the United Nations Secretariat. I've joined the organization, it's been 29 years, and I started through the youth program of the United Nations Secretariat, much like the Young Professionals program today. I've worked in a variety of duty stations and in East Timor, in Haiti, in New York, in different areas. My field of specialty is management, and while I work in human resources today, I've also worked in budget and finance, knowledge management, conference management, so that it gives you a bit of a flavor of the variety of things you can do work-wise within a specific field of expertise, but also the type of international mobility working in different duty stations that you expect to experiment working for the United Nations. So once again, thank you. I look forward to more interaction with you in the next sections. Thank you.
Thanks, Miguel. I'm glad that you're only 29 years, because I'm 35 years in the UN. Hands up in the audience if you were born after 1990. Okay, that's depressing, but that's okay. So I'm Michael Emery. I'm the Director of Human Resources at the UN Migration Agency, IOM. And I have to say it's a very cool organization to work for. We have 15,000 staff working across the world. And it's a fascinating organization because every country on earth, every single country, is dealing with migration dynamics, whether they're an exit country, a transit country, or a destination country, or sometimes all three. So our mandate is growing year by year. Our relevance is growing year by year, and therefore we need talent to meet that demand. And we're very keen to talk to as many people as we can these next couple of days in Korea, and I'm hoping that you're going to be interested in working for IOM. Now, like Miguel here, I've had an interesting career in that I started as a United Nations volunteer many years ago, and I think that was a fantastic entry point for me. Then I've worked in West Africa, in Liberia, in Bosnia during the Yugoslav Civil War, in East Timor, and then in headquarters in New York and Geneva. So I will say it's been an amazing career, and I would very much encourage anybody in this room to pursue that career and to pursue your dreams, because it's people like you that really can change the world, and we're hoping that you're going to change the world. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Jean-Luc Marcelin from the United Nations Development Programme. It's great to see so many of you today joining this event. I feel like a youngster, nearly, with 25 years of UN experience. I joined the UN as a junior professional officer, another way to join the UN, and Korea is part of the program. It's a very good program if you're interested in becoming a UN staff member one day. And my work at the United Nations is a mix of talent acquisition, being here to talk with you and explain to you how things work and convince you to join the UN and the UN family, but also partnerships to partner with governments in mobilizing resources and making sure that the UN is a machinery that continues to function its vital work and mandate. UNDP, where I work, is one of the main development agencies of the UN system. We are more or less present in all countries in the global south, with headquarters in New York, in the States. And I look forward to sharing more information about UNDP in the future, during the session. However, if you're interested into the development arm of the UN system, UNDP is one of the key players you may want to look at, with a varied array of needs in terms of talent. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
Good afternoon. My name is Soomi Ro. I'm from UN Environment Program, and I'm a Korean national, but for the benefit of my UN colleagues, I will start with English and then I will end it with Korean. So not to compare to Michael and Miguel, but I did have 21 years of experience in the UN system, and that I covered between the peace and security, because I started off my UN career in the peacekeeping. So been to many different Africa countries where we don't pay our personal money to go, but that was what I covered. Then I moved on to the development arm, because I joined ESCA, which is actually one of the regional commissions in the UN Secretariat that covers the economic and social matters. And then before that, I was in headquarters for several years in terms of the management sphere and then the policy advice. And now I'm in the environment. And Korea is actually the host country for the World Environment Day 2025, which was the World Environment Day celebrated in Jeju on the 5th of June. So the UNEP needs a real, the talents, especially the young generation, particularly noting that Korea is one of the major countries that really is a model case for the beat plastic pollution. So, and this is actually your stake for the next generation and what the environment actually needs more than ever. And our keynote speakers has covered in the beginning that two aspects, right? The multilateralism, particularly the climate action environment, is questioned more than ever. But throughout my UN career, if one thing that I learned and one thing that I want to share is when the world says no and when the challenges are uphill, that's the time that the UN is needed ever than more before. So from that perspective, and also just like Songa, I want to join that. UN's one of the favorite interview question is, when was the last time that you had a setbacks and how did you overcome? So if you only had a successful educational track or your professional track, then you can't answer the interview question. So when the time says, the world says no to you, when the society says no to you, that's the time that we actually is part of your resume. 그래서 제가 저는 사실 YPP로 UN을 2004년에 들어왔고 아까 뭐 인터뷰 퀘스천 중에 미리 보내주신 퀘스천 중에서도 어떤 잡을 해야 어떤 경험을 해야 UN을 들어올 수 있냐고 물으신 분들이 많았는데 저는 사실 아키텍트, 어번 디자이너, 엔지니어로 시작해서 폴리시 애드바이저, 매니지먼트 쪽 그리고 지금은 이제 UNEP에서 Corporate Services Division Director로 행정, 뭐 Resource Mobilization, HR, Budget and Finance를 다 하고 있어요. 그래서 지금 경험하시는 어떤 것들도 저희 어머니의 말씀을 빌자면 도둑질 빼고 다 배우면 나중에 다 약이 된다. 그 희망을 가지시고 끊임없이 도전해서 제가 꼭 제 후배님들로 들어오시길 소망합니다. 감사합니다.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm so pleased to be here with you today. Thank you very much. And I take the opportunity to thank the organizers, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the local government. It's an honor to be here amongst you today. My name is Mimosa Kopachi, and I am the Regional Senior Human Resources Partner at the Regional Bureau for Asia and the Pacific. I have joined UNHCR actually nearly 28 years ago. When I first joined, I was a national staff, and for a brief period I worked for the World Food Programme, and 6 months after I joined UNHCR. Looking back then, I never thought I would have made it so far. Here we are. If I made it, you will make it. I so much look forward to engaging with you during the time we have here today, but also in the next few days this week in other locations. Just very briefly, I work for UNHCR, the United Nations Refugee Agency. What we do, how we do it, and what we require, we will talk more in the next few hours. But just in a nutshell, we are there. Our mandate is to protect the forcibly displaced persons, refugees, internally displaced persons, statelessness persons, etc. So the United Nations Refugee Agency was created back in 1950, right after the Second World War, to protect and help those who were in need back then. Here we are more than 70 years after. The needs are greater, and we are there to support the persons in need, and our organization needs the young blood. You are the future, and we hope that you will continue to believe in yourself and be able to get out there and support those who are most in need. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 이어서 외교부 및 서울시 관계자분들은 앞으로 나오셔서 국제기구 인사 담당자분들과 함께 단체 사진을 촬영하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 앞으로 나와 주십시오. 네, 사진 촬영 진행하겠습니다. 모두 정면을 바라봐 주십시오. Look at the camera. 네, 모든 분들께 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 잠시 장례를 정돈하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이번에는 외교부에서 진행하고 있는 다양한 국제기구 진출 프로그램에 대한 소개가 있겠습니다. 외교부 유엔과 심수화 외무사무관님을 큰 박수로 환영해 주시길 부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 전 외교부 유엔과 심수화 사무관이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다. 정말 저희 국제기구 진출 설명회 준비를 거의 한 3월부터 했던 것 같아요. 정말 오랜 기간 준비를 했고 그런 만큼 많은 사람들한테 유익한 시간이 되었으면 좋겠습니다. 제가 준비한 건요, 우리 국민의 국제기구 진출 관련해서 외교부가 어떻게 지원을 하고 있는지, 어떻게 하면 더 많은 우리 국민들이 국제기구에 진출할 수 있는지를 소개시켜 드리려고 나왔습니다. 그래서 우리 국민의 국제기구 진출 현황이랑요, 국제기구 진출 경로엔 또 어떤 것들이 있는지, 그리고 우리 정부의 국제기구 진출 지원 제도를 설명드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 우리 국민은 현재 전 세계 83개 국제기구에서 전문직이라고 하죠. 프로페셔널 P급 이상이 1,359명 진출해 있습니다. 지금 이 통계는 2024년 12월을 기준으로 하고 있고요. 보시면은 2016년 정도까지만 해도 571명이었습니다. 근데 2024년인데 1,359명, 2배가 넘어요. 정말 빠른 속도로 우리 국민들이 많이 진출해 나가고 있다는 뜻인 것 같습니다. 저희가 그리고 개회사 때 저희 국장님께서도 말씀하셨다시피 국제기구 수장들이 많이 배출되었습니다. 그래서 김학수 유엔 아태 경제사회위원회 전 사무총장님도 계시고요. 고 이종욱 WHO 사무총장, 반기문 사무총장님 아시죠? 그리고 송상현 ICC 소장, 인터폴도 있었고 국제해사기구 임기택 사무총장님도 계셨습니다. 국제기구 수장뿐만이 아니라 주요 기구의 의장직도 수임을 많이 했어요. 그래서 좀 익숙한 이름들이 있을지 모르겠지만 이제 한승수 전 총리님도 계십니다. 그래서 우리 국민의 국제기구 진출 현황을 좀 다시 상세하게 좀 보자면, 지금 유엔 사무국이라 하면 Secretariat 말고 SCAP, OHCHR 그리고 UNODC 등을 포함하고 있는데요. 152명이 근무하고 있습니다. 적으면 뭐 적다고 생각하실 수 있지만 그래도 저희의 오버롤 국제기구 진출자들을 보면은 적은 숫자는 확실히 아닌 것 같고요. 유니세프도 굉장히 많습니다. 47명 있습니다. 그리고 WHO 43명. 그 외에 정말 다양한 국제기구들에 우리 국민들이 진출해 나가 있는 걸 확인할 수 있고요. 그래서 어떻게 하면 유엔에 진출할 수 있나요? 국제기구에 어떻게 하면 진출할 수 있나요? 우리 정부는 진출을 지원하기 위해 무엇을 하고 있나요? 정말 훌륭한 질문들이죠. 보시면 일단 국제기구에 진출하려면 어떤 요건들이 필요하냐? 그냥 딱 생각해 봤을 때는 왠지 전문적인 지식이 필요할 것 같아요. 뭔진 모르겠어요. 뭐 외교일 수도 있고 국제정치일 수도 있고, 그리고 관련된 경력이 있으면 또 좋겠죠. 뭐 모든 회사는 또 경력자를 또 우대하지 않습니까? 그래서 관련 경력이 있으면 또 좋을 것 같아요. 그리고 어학 능력, 이거는 무시할 수 없죠. 아무래도 제일 기본 언어는 영어니까요. 영어로 왠지 영어도 잘해야 될 것 같아요. 근데 그것뿐만은 아니에요. 그 이면엔 또 다양성, 그리고 존중하는 자세, 이런 것도 굉장히 중요하겠죠. 해외에서 근무를 할 때 얼마나 다양한 사람들을 만나고 다양한 백그라운드의 사람들을 만나는지 진짜 가보시면 깜짝 놀랄 겁니다. 그리고 건강한 신체와 정신, 해외에 나가서 사는 거 얼마나 서러울 수도 있어요. 혼자 해외에 나가서 이렇게 근무를 하는데 건강이 안 좋으면 너무 서럽잖아요. 그리고 신념 및 열정 중요합니다. 자기가 왜 어떤 이유로 이 해외에 나와서 이 업무를 근무하고 있는지, 그런 거에 대한 좀 확실한 신념이 있으면 훨씬 도움이 될 것 같아요. 국제기구 진출 경로는 크게 두 가지입니다. 첫 번째는 직접 지원하실 수 있어요. 방금 이제 우리 국제기구에서 오신 분들께서 설명하셨듯이 각 기구마다 들어가는 경로들이 다양하겠죠. 그리고 저희의 지원으로, 한국 정부 지원으로 또 들어가는 방법이 있습니다. 대표적으로 JPO랑 UNB 제도가 있어요. 일반적으로 혼자 만약에 공석을 탐색하신다 하면은 홈페이지에 일단 들어가 보셔야 되겠죠. 어딘지 모르겠지만 어떤 국제기구에 들어가고 싶으면 그 국제기구에 대해서 자세히 공부하시고 탐색을 해보셔야 될 것 같아요. 그래서 공석 정보를 탐색합니다. 그리고 지원 서류도 준비하고 제출해서 서류 심사도 받고 인터뷰도 하고, 정말 일반 회사랑 다름이 없어요. 그래서 결과를 통보받으면 직원 명부 등록을 하시고 근무를 시작하게 되십니다. YPP 노수미 국장님께서 YPP 출신이시라고 말씀 주셨는데요. 유엔사무국 국별 경쟁 공채 시험이라는 시험이고요. 이 경우에는 유엔사무국에서 몇몇 개의 국가들을 지정을 해줍니다. 그래서 그 지정된 국가는 이 YPP 제도를 통해서 진출을 하실 수 있어요. 우리나라도 92년부터 24년간 총 22번 유엔사무국 YPP 응시 자격국으로 부여가 됐고요. 올해는 아직 발표가 안 된 걸로 저는 알고 있습니다. 그래서 올해도 혹시라도 발표가 될 수 있으니 확인을 해보시면 좋을 것 같고요. 응시 최소 자격 요건을 보시면 만 32세 이하 YPP 대상국 국적자여야만 하고요. 선발 관련된 전공자 그리고 유창한 영어 또는 불어, 영어는 좀 중요할 것 같아요. 그래서 선발 절차를 보시면요. 비슷해요. 아까랑 이제 원서 접수하고 서류 심사 받고 시험도 보시고 면접도 하시면 됩니다. 그래서 채용은 이제 선발 시점으로부터 3년간 근무를 하실 수 있고요. P1 또는 P2급으로 이제 P급 중에서는 그래도 좀 초급 전문가로 시작이 되십니다. 네, 이거는 국제기구 초급 전문가 프로그램인데요. JPO 프로그램인데 우리나라에서 이제 우리 정부가 많이 지원을 하고 있는 제도입니다. 저희는 국제기구의 정규 직원 P2급과 동등한 자격으로 근무를 할 수 있게끔 저희가 JPO를 선발해서 파견을 보내고 있습니다. 그래서 JPO 파견 현황을 보시면요. 96년도에 시작을 했어요. 5명씩 선발을 했습니다. 근데 이제 올해는 30명씩 선발을 하고 있어요. 정말 큰 숫자로 크게 확대가 되어 나간 것을 확인하실 수 있고요. 올해도 30명 선발합니다. 그래서 저희 국제기구 인사지원센터가 있는데요. 거기에 2025년도 선발 기구들이 나와 있고 이미 공고도 올라와 있습니다. 궁금하시면 한번 보시는 게 좋을 것 같습니다. 그래서 어떤 자격이 필요한가요? 대한민국 국민이어야 하고요. 학사 학위는 가지고 계셔야 됩니다. 그리고 만 32세 이하. 남자분들은 군대를 가시죠. 그래서 군대 1년 갔다 오셨으면 만 33살. 그리고 또 2년 다녀오셨으면 만 34살로 그 기간이 늘어납니다. 그리고 영어 시험도 영어 성적도 요구가 되고 있고요. 이런 건 이제 기본적인 요건이고 각 또 국제기구마다 요건이 다를 수가 있어요. 어떤 국제기구는 석사를 요구할 수도 있고요. 어떤 국제기구는 조금 더 높은 영어 성적이나 다른 언어 성적을 요청할 수 있습니다. 그래서 올해도 30명 선발 진행 중이니까 저희 국제기구 인사센터 홈페이지를 꼭 참고해 주셨으면 좋겠어요. 그래서 선발 절차를 보시면 외교부는 파견 직위를 선정합니다. 그래서 선정을 한 다음에 그걸 공고를 띄우고요. 국제기구 측에서 그러면 서류 심사를 받습니다. 거기에서 고른 풀이 있겠죠. 그 리스트가 있으면 그 리스트를 상대로 저희는 한국어 구사 능력 시험, 적격성 평가 시험을 봅니다. 면접입니다. 그리고 그 다음에 또 2차로 면접 또는 필기 시험을 국제기구에서 다시 보게 됩니다. 거기서 이제 최종 선발된 사람이 합격자로서 저희 외교부랑 국제기구가 발표를 할 거고요. 그렇게 되면은 2025년 11월, 12월 중에 파견이 결정이 나고 2026년 초부터 파견이 될 수 있도록 저희가 지원 드리고 있습니다. UNB라는 제도도 있어요. 그래서 유엔 자원봉사단이라는 거고요. 유엔 내 봉사 기구를 뜻하기도 하고 저희가 파견 보내는 봉사단도 UNB라고 하고 있습니다. 지금 UNB 봉사 기구는 1,169개국에 14,633명의 봉사단원을 파견하고 있는데요. 지금 우리 정부는 청년 UNB, 전문 UNB가 각각 다른데 청년 UNB로 30명, 전문 UNB로 30명씩 선발하고 파견하고 있습니다. 어떤 차이가 있느냐? 연령 차이도 있고요. 지원 요건도 조금 차이가 있습니다. 전문은 일단 유관 업무 경력이 있어야 돼요. 그래서 만 27세 이상이신 분들은 유관 업무 경력 3년 있으시면 전문 UNB로 파견 가실 수 있고요. 청년은 나이 제한이 좀 있습니다. 만 22세 이상, 만 29세 이하여야 합니다. 그리고 저희는 UNB JPO뿐만이 아니라 또 각각 인턴십 프로그램들도 제공을 하고 있어요. 그래서 외교부에서는 중남미 지역기구 인턴 파견 사업이 있고 에너지 관련된 것도 있어요. 그래서 아까 IAEA도 말씀 주셨지만 IAEA나 CCOP라는 게 또 있고요. 요즘 아프리카 대륙도 꽤 뜨고 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 차세대 아프리카 전문가 사업도 진행하고 있습니다. 근데 외교부뿐만이 아니라 환경부, 농림축산식품부, 그리고 과기부까지 각각의 인턴십 프로그램들이 있어서 이런 정보를 미리 알고 계시고 한번 확인해 보시면 좋을 것 같아요. 그리고 아까 말씀드렸다시피 저희는 국제기구 인사센터를 운영하고 있습니다. 저희 홈페이지거든요. 들어가 보시면요. 저희 국제기구 인사 초청 간담회를 합니다. 이미 김수현 유네스코 아트지역 사무소장님께서 한번 간담회를 하셨고 이명준 WFP 말라위 사무소 소장님께서 7월 22일에 간담회 진행할 예정이니까 이것도 많은 관심 가져주면 좋을 것 같고요. 저희 제18회 국제기구 진출 설명회도 이렇게 많이 참석해 주셔서 정말 감사합니다. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 좋은 말씀 해주신 사무관님께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 다음으로 서울시에 소재한 국제기구 현황에 대한 소개가 있겠습니다. 서울시 박민호 다자협력팀장님을 큰 박수로 맞아주십시오.
예, 안녕하세요. 서울시 도시외교 담당관에서 국제기구 업무 담당하고 있는 다자협력팀장 박민호입니다. 먼저 무덥고 습한 날씨에도 불구하고 설명에 참석해 주신 많은 시민분들께 감사의 말씀을 드리고요. 그럼 지금부터 서울에서 활동하고 있는 국제기구에 대해 소개해 드리겠습니다. 예, 국제기구란 기후변화나 빈곤 등 한 국가 또는 한 도시에만 국한되는 문제가 아닌 전 세계적인 공동의 문제를 해결하기 위해 노력하는 국제적 협의체인데요. 국제기구를 유형별로 분류해보면 국가를 회원으로 하는 유엔 및 정부 간 국제기구, 도시를 회원으로 하는 도시 간 국제기구, 개인, 단체, 시민사회 등이 설립하는 국제 NGO로 나눌 수 있습니다. 이러한 국제기구들은 거버넌스, 경제, 인권 구호, 환경, 교육, 기술 협력 등 다양한 글로벌 이슈를 해결하고 협력하기 위해 활발히 활동하고 있는데요. 서울시는 국제도시로서의 위상 제고와 글로벌 네트워크 강화를 위해 국제기구를 유치하고자 노력해 왔으며 올해 7월 현재까지 총 38개소의 국제기구를 유치했습니다. 지역적으로는 종로구와 중구에 총 24개소의 국제기구가 위치해 있고 그 외 서부권과 강남권 등의 총 14개소의 국제기구가 자리해 있습니다. 서울 소재 국제기구를 유형별로 분류해보면 유엔 세계식량계획 한국사무소, 유엔식량농업기구 협력연락사무소 등 유엔 및 정부 간 기구가 22개소, 그리고 서울시가 의장도시이기도 한 세계 스마트시티기구 위고, 시티넷 등 준정부 또는 도시간 기구가 9개소, 그 다음에 유엔협회 세계연맹 서울사무국 등 국제 NGO 7개소가 서울에서 활동하고 있습니다. 서울시는 국제기구의 보다 안정적인 활동 및 교류 협력을 지원하고자 2013년부터 서울 글로벌센터 빌딩을 운영하고 있습니다. 종로구에 위치한 서울 글로벌센터는 지상 15층 규모로 총 11개의 국제기구와 그 외 외국인 지원기관 등이 입주해 있습니다. 유엔 및 정부 간 기구는 총 9개소가 입주해 있는데요. 유엔 인권 최고 대표 사무소, 유엔 아동기금, 세계은행그룹의 서울 사무소가 있고 세계보건기구 아태환경보건센터, 세계식량농업기구 협력연락사무소, 아셈 노인인권정책센터, 유엔 여성기구 성평등센터가 입주했습니다. 준정부 및 도시간 기구는 총 4개소가 입주해 있고 시티넷, 세계 스마트시티기구 사무국, 이클레이 동아시아 본부, 아시아 헌법재판소 연합 연구사무국이 있습니다. 서울 글로벌센터는 국제기구 전용 교관으로 조성된 만큼 입주 기간의 만족도가 높고 또 신규 입주를 희망하는 국제기구의 수요가 끊이지 않아서 글로벌센터를 추가로 조성하는 방안도 검토하고 있습니다. 다음은 이번 국제기구 진출 설명회 중 서울시에서 주관하는 부대 행사를 안내해 드리겠습니다. 3층 대회의실에서 서울 소재 국제기구 9개소와 한국국제교류재단의 채용상담 및 홍보 부스가 운영되고 있습니다. 채용상담 부스는 오늘 오후 5시 50분까지 운영되니 서울 소재 국제기구의 채용과 관련해서 평소 궁금했던 사항을 여쭤보시거나 이력서를 가지고 가셔서 상담을 받아보셔도 좋을 것 같습니다. 3층에서도 모의 면접을 진행하고 있으니 현장 접수를 통해 참여해 주시기 바랍니다. 그리고 서울시는 서울형 청년 인턴 국제캠프 사업을 통해 국제기구 진출을 꿈꾸는 청년들을 지원하고 있습니다. 본 사업은 청년들에게 서울 소재 국제기구와 국제협력 유관기관에서의 실무 경험을 제공함으로써 글로벌 역량 강화를 지원하는데요. 올해는 총 24개 기관에서 40명을 선발해서 6월부터 진행되고 있습니다. 혹시 올해 신청 기간을 놓치셨다면 매년 4월경에 서울시 홈페이지를 통해 공모 요강을 안내해드리니 내년에는 꼭 신청하시기 바랍니다. 예, 앞으로도 서울시는 국제 경쟁력을 갖춘 도시로서 자리매김하기 위해 국제기구 유치와 지원을 지속하고 시민들의 국제기구 진출을 적극 응원할 계획입니다. 많은 시민 여러분들께서도 글로벌 도시 서울과 함께 동행해 주시기 바랍니다. 예, 이상으로 발표를 마치겠습니다. 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
네, 발표 감사합니다. 다음으로 서울 소재 국제기구 인사 담당 등 직원분들께서 나오셔서 직접 기구를 소개하고 간단히 인사 말씀해 주시겠습니다. 네, 무대 위로 올라와 주십시오. 네, 시작해 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 저는 국제이주기구 한국대표부에서 온 방정원입니다. 앞서 저희 국제이주기구가 매해 커리어 페어에 참여를 하고 있는데 올해는 한국인으로서 고위직이신 이성화 사무차장께서 한국어로 특별연설을 시작하셔서 아주 뜻깊은 한 해가 되고 있습니다. 부시장님께서 앞서 이제 전쟁 중의 유엔의 역할에 대해서 언급을 하셨는데 IOM은 1951년에 유럽에 있는 이제 난민들의 이제 재정착을 위해서 설립이 됐습니다. 이후 명실상부한 이주 분야의 국제기구로 계속해서 성장을 하다가 2016년 UN 디클러레이션 이후에 UN 기구로 편입이 되었습니다. 한국 대표부는 1999년부터 한국에서 활동을 하고 있는데요. 2005년 4월에 대한민국 정부와 맺은 협약 이후에 대한민국 정부의 이주 관련 정책을 제언을 하고 그리고 전 세계 170개국에 있는 IOM 미션에 한국 도너의 프로그램 개발 그리고 프로젝트의 수행, 모니터링, 이밸류에이션 그리고 리포팅까지 리에종하는 역할을 하고 있습니다. 저희 한국 대표부에서 자체적으로 프로그램도 진행을 하고 있는데 관심 있으시면 많이들 알고 계실 텐데 저희 한국에 계시는 인도적 지원 활동가들의 역량 강화 프로그램을 한 10여 년째 하고 있습니다. 또한 IOM은 정부기구뿐 아니라 이제 많은 특별한 파트너들과 파트너십을 맺고 있는데요. 어제 그제 서울에서 한국에서 블랙핑크 콘서트가 있었던 것 혹시 아시는지 저희 IOM과 YG 엔터테인먼트와 맺은 협약의 일환으로 블랙핑크 콘서트에서 IOM을 소개하는 기회를 갖기도 했습니다. IOM이 이주 관련 분야에 많은 업무 영역을 가지고 있기 때문에 이 짧은 시간에 소개드리지 못하는 점이 굉장히 아쉬운데요. 4시 반부터 있을 저희 심층 세션, 두 번째 심층 세션에서 본부에서 오신 마이클 에머리 HR 디렉터의 자세한 HR 프로세스와 IOM에 대한 설명 들으실 수 있는 기회 있으시니 기대하시고 3층에 마련한 부스에서 저도 오후에 인사 관련해서 그리고 뭐 궁금한 점 있으시면은 질문에 답할 수 있는 기회를 마련하고자 합니다. 저 역시 IOM의 HR 프로그램을 통해서 IOM 아프가니스탄, 이라크 등에서 근무한 경험을 가지고 있거든요. 그래서 많은 경험과 노하우에 대해서 나누실 수 있는 기회 되기를 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 저는 유엔협회 세계연맹 World Federation of UN Associations의 서울 사무국 국장 김용재입니다. 네, 저희 서울 사무국에서는 이 국제기구 진출 설명회를 시작할 때부터 외교부와 서울시와 함께 이렇게 같이 후원을 하면서 많은 학생분들께서 이런 국제기구 커리어에 대한 궁금증과 또 그런 모의 면접 같은 기회를 가지실 수 있도록 지원을 하고 있습니다. 저희는 1946년에 만들어진 오래된 국제기구입니다. 유엔이 설립된 1945년 바로 이듬해에 루즈벨트 대통령의 영부인인 엘리노 루즈벨트 주도로 만들어졌고요. 유엔 회원국 각국의 유엔 협회들을 설립하고 그 협회들의 연맹으로 유엔 협회 세계 연맹을 만들어서 각국의 유엔의 목표와 사명을 알리고 파트너십과 협력을 이끌어내는 교량 역할을 지난 79년간 해오고 있고요. 2015년에 반기문 사무총장님의 지원으로 아태 지역을 총괄하는 사무국을 뉴욕, 제네바에 이은 세 번째 사무국을 서울에 설립을 했습니다. 저희가 지난 10년 동안 서울 사무국을 운영하면서 수많은 청년들과 그리고 지방 정부들, 공공기관과 함께 다양한 프로그램들을 해왔는데요. 크게 두 가지 축으로 저희가 하는 프로그램을 소개해 드릴 수 있습니다. 하나는 이런 파트너십을 바탕으로 유엔이 목표로 하는 지속가능 발전 목표를 달성하기 위한 혁신과 그러한 새로운 이노베이션들을 만드는 파트너십을 이룩하고 있습니다. 그래서 2017년 서울시와 시작한 시티 플래너스, 도시 혁신을 위한 앙트레프레너십이라는 스타트업 지원 프로그램들을 지금까지 이어오고 있고요. 또 한 가지 축은 저희가 전국에 있는 45개 대학과 함께 협업을 해서 대학생들 그리고 또 청년들이 국제기구 진출을 하기 위해서 사실 전문적인 그런 경험과 이런 것들 정보를 얻어야 되는데 사실 1년에 한 번 있는 이 시간만 가지고 모든 정보를 얻기도 어렵고 홈페이지에 들어가도 사실상 어떤 차이가 있는지 나하고 맞는 게 뭔지를 경험하기는 좀 이해하기는 어려운 부분들이 있습니다. 그래서 저희는 매년 여름과 겨울에 뉴욕과 제네바에 가서 국제기구들 담당자들을 만나고 실제 교류할 수 있는 그러한 전문가 트레이닝 프로그램들을 운영을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 3층에 가시면 저희 부스가 있으니까요. 그런 관련된 것들 혹시 궁금하신 분들이 있으면 많이 참고하셨으면 좋겠고요. 마지막으로 오늘 꼭 드리고 싶은 이야기는 사실 제가 1년에 이런 청년들을 대상으로 하는 글로벌 커리어 강의를 20번, 30번씩 하는데 많은 학생들이 그런 질문들을 해요. 영어 점수 몇 점쯤 받으면 국제기구 들어갈 수 있냐? 대학생인데 내가 무슨 어떤 인턴십을 해봐야 들어갈 수 있냐? 근데 사실 우리가 대학 수학능력 시험을 치고 어떤 공채 대기업 시험을 치는 것처럼 국제기구에서는 사람을 뽑지 않습니다. 아까 앞서 우리 국제기구 외국에서 오신 분들 말씀을 들으면서도 각각 다 다른 경로와 과정을 통해서 유엔에 이제 인연을 맺게 되셨던 걸 보셨을 텐데요. 제가 꼭 드리고 싶은 이야기는 산을 오르는 길이 하나만 있다고 생각하시지 말고 다양한 길이 있다라는 것을 생각을 하고 나하고 맞고 내가 잘할 수 있는 길이 뭔가를 조금 더 다양하게 모색해 보셨으면 좋겠다는 겁니다. 특히 올해는 국제기구를 새로이 들어가고자 하시는 분들한테는 상대적으로 더 힘든, 언제든지 쉬웠던 해는 없었지만 특히나 어쨌든 요즘에 국제 정세로 봤을 때는 또 쉽지 않은 해는 분명한 것 같습니다. 그렇지만 이런 국제적인 커리어를 가지고 해 나가는 길은 뭔가 어느 시작을 잘해야 끝까지 계속 똑같이 잘할 수 있는 이런 것이 아니라 정말 산을 잘 타는 사람이 산을 높이 올라가는 것이 아니라 포기하지 않고 꾸준히 노력을 해가는 분들이 끝까지 올라가고 정상에서 정말 아름다운 풍경을 볼 수 있는 거라고 저는 생각을 합니다. 그래서 그런 자신감을 갖고 다양한 모색을 하셨으면 좋겠고 국제기구는 절대 처음부터 유엔에서 근무를 시작을 하고 국제 NGO에서 시작을 해야만 할 수 있는 게 아닙니다. 아까 프라이빗 섹터 얘기도 하신 분이 있었는데 그러한 다양한 경로를 통해서 나의 전문성을 키우면 또 나에게 기회가 주어지니까요. 여러분들 또 그런 다양한 시야를 가지고 오늘 오신 분들과 많은 이야기 나누면서 그런 기회를 만들어 가셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
예, 안녕하세요. 저는 유니세프 서울 연락사무소에서 근무하는 임태진이라고 합니다. 예, 저는 현재 서울 연락사무소에서 이제 재무 행정 업무를 맡고 있고요. 이렇게 오늘 자리를 통해서 이렇게 뵙게 돼서 너무 영광이고 감사하게 생각합니다. 유니세프는 1946년도에 그 아동들의 인권 보호를 위해서 이제 설립이 됐고요. 현재 190개국이 넘는 국가나 지역에서 그 해당 지역의 정부나 그다음에 이제 지역 사회 혹은 NGO 단체들과 함께 우리 아이들이 처한 어려움을 해소해 주기 위해서 많은 업무를 수행하고 있습니다. 예를 들어서 뭐 식수라든지 위생이라든지 건강 또는 교육 혹은 보건 이런 분야가 되겠죠. 그리고 저희 유니세프 서울 연락사무소는 2017년에 그러한 여러 가지 활동을 지원하기 위해서 2017년도에 이제 서울에 설립이 되었고요. 주로 하는 역할은 이제 한국에 있는 이제 정부 기관이나 또한 지방 정부 혹은 NGO 단체와 이제 파트너십을 맺어서 많은 활동을 하고 있습니다. 특히나 이제 저희가 하는 서울시와도 하는 부분이 있는데요. 서울시와는 이런 국제기구 진출 설명에 참석해서 이제 여러분들에게 여러 가지 좀 이렇게 도움을 드릴 수 있는 자리에 또 참석을 하고, 또한 아까 PPT로도 보았던 그 서울시에서 이제 하시는 인턴 프로그램에 저희도 지원해가지고 올해도 한 분 이제 채용을 해가지고 이렇게 같이 협업을 이뤄나가고 있습니다. 우선 아까 다른 분들도 말씀하셨지만 유엔에 오는 길은 너무나 다양하다고 생각합니다. 예를 들어서 저 같은 경우는 처음에는 민간 섹터에서 이제 일을 하다가 제가 어렸을 때 이제 꿈이 우연히 이제 지나가다가 피를 흘리고 쓰러져 있는 노동자를 본 적이 있어요. 그래서 그 후로 그때 마음 먹었던 게 이제 나는 나중에 취업을 하면 어떤 개인의 대주주나 그런 프라이빗한 그런 분들을 위해서 일을 할 게 아니라 공공에서 일해야겠다는 생각은 저도 모르게 이렇게 가지게 되었더라고요. 그래서 첫 번째 직장을 그만두고 그 후로는 지금까지 유니세프 들어오기 전까지는 한국에 있는 이제 공공기관에서 이제 제가 전공이 회계이다 보니까 그런 전공을 살려서 예산이나 회계 이런 부분을 공공기관에서 다니면서 우리나라 정부 회계가 어떻게 움직이는지, 어떻게 예산이 돌아가는지 이런 부분에 좀 경력을 쌓아왔던 것 같습니다. 그래서 이런 경력을 바탕으로 2019년 유니세프 서울 사무소에 좀 입사를 하게 되었습니다. 마찬가지로 여러분들도 이제 많은 전공을 가지신 분들이 많을 건데요. 그런 전공을 살려서 본인들이 원하는 분야를 잘 이제 경력을 쌓으신다면 추후에 반드시 유엔에 들어오실 만한 경력을 쌓고 난 다음에 지원하시고 여기 다시 이렇게 유엔 시스템 내에서 뵐 수 있을 거라 생각합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. 저희가 시간이 조금 부족해서 조금만 빠르게 진행해 주시길 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 유엔식량농업기구 한국협력연락사무소에서 전문관을 맡고 있는 한주연이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 저희 그 FAO 전반에 대한 소개는 저희 HR 오피서 지혜가 되게 잘 해줬기 때문에 네, 좀 생략을 하도록 하겠고요. 네, 저희는 이제 빈곤 종식 그리고 영양 증진을 목표로 이제 농업, 임업 그리고 해양수산업을 두루 관장하고 있는 유엔 산하의 전문 기구입니다. 그리고 이제 FAO 한국협력연락사무소는 특히 이제 한국과 FAO 간의 협력을 증진하기 위해서 2021년부터 공식적으로 업무를 시작을 했고요. 주로 이제 저희는 이제 해외 공무원들을 초청해가지고 이제 연수를 진행을 한다던가 아니면 한국에 관련된 이제 임업 그리고 농업, 해양수산업 관련된 파트너들을 초대를 해서 한국의 선진 기술을 세계에 알리는 그런 역할들을 수행을 하고 있습니다. 네, 일단 저희 사무소에서 지금 인턴 프로그램도 되게 다양하게 진행하고 있어서 많이 관심 가져주시면 감사할 것 같고요. 저희 FAO 전반에 대해서 궁금하시면 이제 8층 저희 지혜한테 가셔서 상담 받아주시면 좋을 것 같고, 저희 사무소에 관심이 있으시면은 이제 3층에 저희 부스가 따로 있으니까요. 거기 와서 상담 받아주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그리고 제가 마지막으로 드리고 싶은 말씀은 사실 저도 되게 주니어거든요. 2023년부터 이제 첫 직장으로 여기에서 근무를 시작하게 되어서 사실 저는 경험에서 나오는 뭔가 연륜에서 나오는 그런 조언은 드릴 수 없겠지만 그래도 여러분의 시각에서 좀 적합한 조언을 드릴 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다. 네, 저희 부스 많이 찾아주세요. 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 WFP 유엔 세계식량계획에서 온 인사 업무를 담당하고 있는 HR 오피서 김민수라고 합니다. 박수 안 쳐주셔도 될 것 같아요. 시간이 없어가지고. 그래서 일단 WFP, 저희 WFP는 일단 제 기준으로 일단 양파와 같은 기구라고 생각을 하는데 일단 내부자인데 매일매일 까도 좀 새로워요. 그래서 근데 시간이 부족하니까 3개만 까면은 이제 첫 번째는 이제 저희 WFP는 largest humanitarian organization입니다. 그래서 세계 최대의 인도주의 기구고요. 그 말인즉슨 많은 분들을 채용하고 있으니까 많이 지원해 주세요. 그다음에 이제 두 번째는 저희가 하는 일은 일단 저희가 캐치프라이즈에 바로 나옵니다. Saving lives, changing lives 해서 많은 분들이 이제 저희 푸드가 들어가 있으니까 식량 하는데 아니냐, 식량 뭐 뉴트리션 안 하면은 못 들어오냐, 뭐 이런 얘기를 하시는데 그런 게 아니라 한 70-80% 정도는 저희가 뭐 자연재해든 뭐 분쟁이든 그 이머전시 그 상황이 일어나면 그 라이프 세이빙 어시스턴트를 하는 기구고요. 그래서 되게 이제 그 클러스터를 이렇게 보시면 저희가 로지스틱, 서플라이 체인, 뭐 IT 이런 거 되게 다 리드하고 있는 기구입니다. 그러니까 전공 불문하고 많은 분들 찾아와 주시면 좋을 것 같고요. 그 다음에 세 번째는 저희는 되게 그 필드 베이스드 오거나이제이션입니다. 그래서 저희가 이제 그 현장에서 이렇게 사업을 막 진짜 다이렉트하게 그 임플리멘테이션하는 몇 안 되는 기구 중에 하나예요. 그래서 막 이렇게 사무실 근무하는 것보다 현장에서 정말 이제 그 죽어가는 그 생명을 구하는 일에 좀 더 관심 있으신 분들은 언제든 저희한테 지원을 해주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그다음에 이제 저희 이제 한국 사무소는 저희가 이제 대북 그 사업으로 먼저 이제 출장소가 먼저 생겼어요. 근데 이제 그렇게 생긴 이후에 아무래도 이제 한국의 이제 ODA에서 차지하는 위상들이 높아지면서 지금은 이제 WFP 내에서 한국이 차지하는 위상이 굉장히 높습니다. 그래서 지금은 이제 집행이사국의 이제 두 번째 임기를 이제 한국 정부에서 하고 있고요. 대한민국 정부에서. 그다음에 이제 저희 이제 공여 기준으로 정부 공여 기준으로 저희가 이제 대한민국 이제 10위 안에 들어오는 굉장히 주요한 도너 컨트리 중에 하나가 되었습니다. 그래서 이러한 맥락에서 이제 저희 한국 사무소는 이제 각 중요한 정부 파트너, 외교부, 농림부, 뭐 코이카, 통일부 이런 식으로 각 정부 파트너들에 대한 일을 하고요. 그다음에 이제 그 프라이빗 섹터, 뭐 기사 찾아보시면은 뭐 현대자동차, 그다음에 저희가 전북현대 뭐 이런 식으로 되게 많은 활동을 이제 프라이빗 섹터랑도 하고 있는 걸 알 수 있으실 거예요. 그렇게 프라이빗 섹터가 있고, 그 다음에 이제 세 번째는 아까 이제 블랙핑크를 말씀하셨는데, 블랙핑크만큼 뭐 유명할지 뭐 유명하죠. 그래서 저희는 이제 손흥민이 이제 조금 이제 글로벌 홍보대사여서 이런 식으로 이제 뭐 글로벌하게, 그 다음에 이제 도메스틱하게 그런 이제 대외 그 활동 그 홍보나 애드보커시를 저희가 진행을 하고 있습니다. 한국 사무소에서. 그 다음에 이제 저에 대해서는 저 또한 한 7회 6회 이럴 때 여기 왔던 것 같아요. 그래서 되게 여기 계시는 분이랑 굉장히 이제 동일한 고민을 하고 있는 것 같은데, 저도 이제 뭐 다른 분들에 비해서 굉장히 좀 뭐 이렇게 다양한 경험을 한 것 같습니다. 그래서 뭐 프라이빗 섹터에서 이제 회사도 다녔고, INGO에서 여러 이제 국가 사무소에서 이제 여러 가지 일도 했고, 그다음에 또 쓸데없이 학교도 여러 개 다니고 뭐 이런 식으로 되게 좌충우돌한 삶을 살았기 때문에 뭐 아시다시피 여기 정답이 없어요. 정답이 없고 그냥 이제 각자 처한 상황에서 제 경험을 반추해서 드릴 수 있는 몇 가지 조언이 있을 것 같으니, 혹시 필요하신 분들은 또는 WFP에 대해서 좀 더 양팔을 까고 싶으신 분들은 3층에 저희 부스 찾아와 주시면 감사드리겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
네, 좋은 말씀 감사합니다. 저희가 시간이 조금 부족해서 1분 정도로만 간략하게 부탁드리겠습니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 유엔개발계획 UNDP 서울정책센터에서 커뮤니케이션을 담당하고 있는 김수진이라고 합니다. 저희 유엔개발계획은 전 세계 170여 개 국가와 지역에서 활동하며 빈곤 종식, 불평등 해소, 기후변화 대응 등 지속 가능한 개발을 위한 솔루션을 만들어가는 유엔의 개발기구입니다. 그 중에서도 UNDP 서울정책센터는 대한민국을 기반으로 한 UNDP의 글로벌 정책센터로서 한국의 공공정책, 디지털 기술, 민간의 혁신 사례 등을 다른 개발도상국들과 공유하고 연결하는 거점 역할을 수행하고 있습니다. 대표적으로 SDG 파트너십 프로그램을 통해서 반부패 시스템, 젠더 기반 폭력 대응, 기후 회복력 강화, 민간 부문 역량 개발 등 다양한 분야에서 대한민국의 지식을 적용한 협력 프로젝트가 진행 중에 있습니다. 또한 시민사회, 지방정부, 청년들과 함께 공공 세미나, 엑셀러레이팅 등을 추진하면서 로컬과 글로벌 연계를 강화해 나가고 있습니다. 보다 구체적인 채용 절차나 커리어에 대한 정보는 3층 UNDP 서울정책센터 부스를 꼭 방문해서 알아가 보시면 정말 좋겠습니다. 그리고 저도 사실 몇 년 전 대학교에 다닐 때에도 이런 설명회 자리에 함께 했었고, 또 UNB 경험을 통해서 유엔에서의 그런 첫 발걸음을 시작했었는데요. 오늘 이 설명회가 여러분의 무궁무진한 그런 여정에 작은 이정표가 되기를 진심으로 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하십니까? 죄송하지만 저는 한국어 잘 못해서 영어로 설명합니다. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lin Tan. I'm the program manager at the WIGO Secretariat. I'm from the organization which is known as the World Smart Sustainable Cities Organization. Our acronym is WIGO, W-E-G-O, because when we were firstly established in 2010, our organization was known as the World E-Governments Organization, hence our acronym WEGO. However, witnessing the emergence of the concept of smart cities around the world, we rebranded our name to the World Smart Sustainable Cities Organization in 2017. And our organization was founded by the mayor of Seoul, Mayor Oh Se-hoon at the time, and who is also the current mayor of Seoul. So our organization is a membership-based international organization where we work very closely with the city governments around the world, and we actually tackled on the topics on smart city, sustainable development, and also climate change, and of course like transportation. So we work closely with the city governments and also smart solutions providers around the world. And of course, like throughout the years, we have our own flagship events. For example, we have like our prize ceremony, the Seoul Smart City Prize, where we launched this initiative together with the Seoul Metropolitan Government, which is the president city of WIGO, of our organization. And of course, like, this upcoming September, we will also be co-organizing the Seoul Smart Life Week together. So during that week, we will be having international scale exhibition and also forums on smart city. And of course, we also know that the leaders of today, they are the youth of today, they are the leaders of tomorrow. That's why we also have our own youth initiative, which is known as the Champions Program. So for anyone who are interested, you are welcome to join our Champions Program. You are welcome to register for free. And of course, you will also have the chance to participate in our offline session, which will be held in different cities around the world, like Geneva, Milan, Brescia, and also Kuala Lumpur, and of course in Seoul. So lastly, we would like to encourage you, if you are interested in the international affairs and of course city diplomacy, and if you are interested in AI, big data, digital transformation, and smart city, we always welcome you. We have our internship program and also the junior program officer opportunity, which is known as JPO. So we have the cases where interns, they join us, and then they become JPO, and after that, with their excellent performance, they are further promoted to our program officer. And of course, from time to time, we also have vacancy announcement for program officer. And we will be having our booth at the third floor. So we welcome you. If you have any further questions, we are glad to answer your questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll be speaking in English, same as Lynn. So, good afternoon. My name is Paulie Mora, and I serve as the Deputy Director of Programs at the CityNet Secretariat. And it's a true pleasure and honor to be here with all of you today. CityNet is a global organization, an international city network dedicated to urban development. And we currently operate programs in over 150 city governments and urban organizations across the region, addressing key global challenges through a wide range of initiatives. Our office here in Seoul, Korea, plays more than just a local liaison role. We serve as a key hub for sharing Seoul metropolitan governments and Korea's experiences and policy innovations with the international community, while actively contributing to solving global issues through strategic partnerships. In particular, through our flagship program, CityNet Services, we highlight successful cases on different urban cooperation and closely collaborate with partners such as Seoul Metropolitan Government and also with other members to bridge local and global efforts. In addition, we organize various public programs such as workshops, seminars, international forums, and field-based research collaborations to foster youth engagement and raise public awareness. And in this way, our Seoul office is actively working at the heart of knowledge exchange, policy dissemination, and global partnership building. So if you're interested in exploring career opportunities with us, especially to our youth today, here, I warmly encourage you to visit our booth on the 3rd floor, where we are offering one-on-one consultations on recruitment procedures and internship opportunities. Working in an international organization is not just a job, but it's about shaping the future together with people from around the world. And I truly hope today's session serves as a meaningful starting point in your journey toward a global career. So thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 유엔난민기구 한국 대표부에서 행정, 인사, 재무를 맡고 있는 김다선입니다. 유엔난민기구는 1950년 유엔 총회에서 설립이 되었고요. 전 세계에서 분쟁과 박해 등으로 인해 강제적으로 집을 떠나야만 했던 사람들의 생명을 구하고 그들의 권리를 보호하며 더 나은 미래를 위해 일하고 있는 유엔기구입니다. 현재 전 세계 136개국에서 난민을 위한 활동을 하고 있고요. 한국 대표부 같은 경우에는 행정팀, 대외협력팀, 난민보호팀, 그리고 민간 파트너십 등으로 이루어져 있고 한국 정부와 여러 주무부처와 단체들과 협력하여 난민 보호 옹호 활동을 하고 있습니다. 저희 기구나 채용에 대해서 더 궁금하신 점이 있으시다면 저희 3층에 있는 부스에 방문해 주시면 더 자세하게 안내 드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 모든 발표자분들과 발표를 경청해 주신 여러분들께 진심으로 감사드립니다. 네, 이제 자리에 돌아가 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 잠시 후 15시 05분부터는 국제기구 심층 세션 및 모의 면접이 진행될 예정입니다. 네, 스크린 잠시 보여주시겠어요? 네, 지금 스크린에 나와 있는 장소를 확인해 주시기 바랍니다. 국제기구 심층 세션 참석을 희망하시는 분들께서는 잠시 쉬었다가 이곳 다목적 홀에서 시작 5분 전까지 돌아와 주시고 모의 면접은 같은 층에 있는 간담회장 1에서 진행될 예정입니다. 해당자분들께서는 배정된 시간에 맞게 이동해 주시기 바랍니다. 또한 현재 3층에 위치한 대회의실에서는 서울시 소재 국제기구 홍보전이 운영되고 있습니다. 많은 관심 부탁드립니다. 현재 시간 14시 58분이고 약 7분간의 휴식을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 곧 심층 세션이 시작될 예정이오니 참석자분들께서는 자리에 착석하여 주시기 바랍니다. 또한 본 세션은 영어로 진행될 예정입니다. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the UN Secretariat, UNEP, FAO, and IAEA group session. My name is Sung-eun Son, and I am the Program Management Officer at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, and I will be serving as your moderator for the session today. Before we get started, please allow me to remind you that a survey sheet has been distributed at the registration desk for us to better understand your level of satisfaction and opinions regarding the International Career Fair. Since it would serve as a great opportunity to learn about your opinions and thoughts about the event, please make sure to fill out the form and submit it to our volunteers in this room or at the registration desk after the end of the session. Also, please note that questions will be addressed during a joint Q&A session at the end of all presentations. Since we have listened to self-introduction by our speakers during the previous session, we will begin this group session without further delay. Firstly, I would like to invite Mr. Miguel Mourato Gordo, Director of Global Strategy and Policy Division at the United Nations, to the floor. Please welcome Mr. Mourato Gordo with a big round of applause.
Presentation. Okay, so I think I'll just need my papers. So let me those up. Okay. I think it's all set now. Okay. So good afternoon again. I'm glad to see you for the next segment, and it's my pleasure to speak a little bit more about the United Nations and to give you a bit of an understanding of what is the organization like, what you expect to experience if you apply for a job at the United Nations, and what are some of the things that you should be aware of and along the way. So, okay, I won't say too much about me because you already had an opportunity to say a few words about my profile. See, but you can have a read. One thing I'll say is, as you heard from before, there are many ways through which you can join and have a career at the United Nations. You'll see in my case, I joined the Young Professionals Program many years ago, almost it's been 30 years. That is held to bring more representatives of unrepresented member states into the workforce. As you've always heard, Korea has participated in many such competitions for young professionals to join the United Nations. So stay tuned. The good news is that that's one of many ways and one of the avenues to join at the entry level of the organization. You also see from this short profile, like many of us and you've heard, we have had an opportunity to have very exciting careers working at different times in different locations across the globe, and also looking at working for different mandates, since the United Nations does have a variety of programs. Okay, so I talked a bit about the agenda. I'll speak a bit about the United Nations Secretariat. I'll very briefly give you a picture of Korean staff represented in the United Nations workforce. I tell you a little bit more about the recruitment process as well as for joining the UN as a staff member, but also I'll say a few things about some other ways in which you can contribute to the work of the United Nations. So understanding the Secretariat. So the Secretariat what do we do? And let's link a bit to the Charter of the United Nations. And you'll see that the main areas or the pillars of our work are maintaining international peace and security. You'll see that the Security Council is par excellence the body in the United Nations that looks at peace and security for the world and to ensure that and supporting and upholding international law. One of the critical mandates that is established by the Security Council is peacekeeping. So a lot of the peacekeeping missions that you see across the globe, when you see the blue helmets, they have all been approved by the United Nations Security Council, and there's been a variety over the years. The first one started in '56, and new and other operations have been established over time. They have a finite period. They are born, they do their work, and they also come to an end, and mandates have a sunset clause. The other pillar of the United Nations Charter, human rights, and the Human Rights Council is based in Geneva, and this is where member states look at developing international law and programs to support human rights across the globe. Another significant and important pillar is economic and social development, to support sustainable development, to support climate action, for example. There's many offices across the globe that have either big mandates, like, for example, the Department of Economic and Social Affairs in New York. Others also in New York with very specific mandates, for example, the Office of Support for Africa, or we have regional commissions and so on and so forth. Also, another critical aspect of the pillar of the work that we do is protecting human rights. And of course, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is the international law that sustains the work that the United Nations do in this area. And then there's a variety of programs that support the upholding of international law in many different aspects. We are a very widely spread organization. You see that we have offices of presence in more than 470 different duty stations. A few elements on the structure of the UN. I mean, this will not be exhaustive, but just to give you a bit of a sense of the main offices where you will be able to find quite a significant number of opportunities to join. Of course, you have the headquarters, which is based in New York, and you'll see at headquarters, since is the center, or is where the Security Council is, the General Assembly, the Economic and Social Council. So you see a number of departments supporting these legislative organs, like the peace operations, political and peace-building affairs, economic and social development affairs, global communications. There are many special advisors and envoys for a variety of work. And so this all is taking place at the United Nations headquarters in New York. There's also headquarters of locations outside New York, in Geneva, Nairobi, and Vienna. So where you have, for example, in Geneva, you have the Human Rights Council, and in Nairobi, you have the United Nations Environmental Assembly. In Vienna, you have, for example, the United Nations Office for Drugs and Crime. All of these are also critical to the center of the implementation of the Charter. Variety of other offices you see there. And then we also have regional commissions in different parts of the globe: Addis Ababa, Bangkok, Beirut, Geneva, and Santiago. So these are really the more sort of normative locations, but there's a variety of many others, as you've seen, as I mentioned, more than 470 different locations. Maybe I will not spend too much, but still, this is just a few pictures of some of our current staff, and just to give you a sense of the diversity of our team. This is Graciane Carneiro de Souza. She's a political affairs officer. She works in the United Nations mission in South Sudan, in Juba. She's from Brazil. She actually started as an intern in New York. She has also worked not only for the UN Secretariat, but other UN organizations such as UNFPA, the UN Population Fund, the UNOPS roles. She has worked in a variety of duty stations: Sudan, São Tomé and Príncipe, New York, Djibouti, Brazil, Somalia, Yemen. And just a quote from her that for her future career lies within the UN system. Every day she's challenged. Every day I get to know someone from a different culture. This is Simon Onyango. He is the head of protection and humanitarian principles in the United Nations Relief Works Agency office in Syria. He's a national from Uganda. He's a husband and father of 3. He lives in a non-family duty station, since all duty stations are different. He's been 14 years at the UN, and he started, in fact, as the UNV. I'm going to accelerate a little bit. So the UN workforce, you've seen 190 plus nationalities. We have 6 official languages. We have 34 plus thousand staff members, both international and locally recruited. Many different resource groups, recreational clubs, and 45% of the workforce is women, and it's been really a crescendo in the last many years. So you'll expect to see a multi-generational, multilingual, geographical representative workforce, where also disability, inclusion, and anti-racism are critical. So working in the UN, you see a variety of types of jobs, and it's really a wide range. Sometimes they ask if you can have from a driver to a medical officer to an IT officer, supply chain, public information, and so on and so forth. So the variety and the types of jobs is really wide in the organization. So what we offer, what can you expect? Really a rewarding career. You need to be prepared for international mobility. That's really part of the fabric of who you are. You will be expected to serve, if you apply for an international job, in different duty stations and countries throughout your career. We'll also be supported with many opportunities to learn and grow along the way, to reskill, to upskill, to prepare for jobs in different segments. You may start in political affairs, then you want to move to humanitarian, or then to economic and social development, and you'll be supported along the way to meet the qualifications and needs and skills for different types of jobs. You can also expect a competitive benefit and entitlement system, as well as an inclusive work environment. Won't spend too much on this, but just to say that from a financial standpoint, there's a variety of ways in which the international community is supported, taking into account that you will not be living in your country and would be able to benefit from some national programs. So the UN does provide support to education of children, for dependency for spouses, to support with rental subsidies, health insurance, pension, and so on and so forth. Few things that are important to bear in mind in terms of skills and capabilities if you are interested in joining the UN. United Nations 2.0 is really a way of pinpointing what are the skills and capabilities that we seek in the individuals that we bring into the organization's workforce. And they are really what we call quintet of change. It's 5 critical strategic capabilities that we look for: behavioral science, data, innovation, digital, and strategic foresight. Given this presentation is very short, I want to go too much in detail, but I will invite you to please look at their website, because there's a lot of it here, and this is a critical lens through which we'll be looking at your profiles. I don't know if I have the time to show a quick video.
Throughout history, we have accomplished unimaginable things, propelling each generation further than the last. There is no limit to the amount of good we can achieve together to make this world, our world, a better place. The challenges before us are universal, and we know that these challenges demand global solutions. We have the blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. The Sustainable Development Goals. In 2045, the United Nations 100th year, let's see the change we have implemented today that will shine a light on our children's tomorrow.
change is coming, the real power belongs to the people.
And I want to turn the question inside out as well. I will not ask, how dare you? Instead, I will ask, do you dare to?
This is the most urgent of times and the most urgent of messages. Now must be our moment for action.
Just to close, just to give you a few insights just in terms of the types of jobs and how they're organized. You'll see on the left side field service and professional and hire. Those are international careers. And you have on the right side general services and general service and related categories and national professional officers. Those mean that you can work and support the work of the United Nations while continue to be in your country. So this is a critical distinction. I'll tell you that at the United Nations, the majority of the workforce is actually general service and related and NPOs, and that account for the majority of the posts. And then the field service and professional and hire, the international recruitment is not the largest share. But I think perhaps most of you will be looking at for the professional and hire. I'll give you a sense in terms of what you should expect. So the entry-level positions, we call them P2, and then it progresses P3, P4, etc. So with P3 and P4 being middle management, P5 already managerial, and then the director 1, director 2 is really, sort of the top echelons that are non-political posts for the organizations. For the P2, the entry level, really no experience is required. You can apply directly or also join through the Young Professionals Program or language recruitment. And then for the other positions, you should look for an advertisement for a job opening in the United Nations Careers website. A few things I'll say in terms of tips, and very quickly, is that you need to look very carefully at the job requirements, because screening is very, very direct, and so if you don't meet the exact number of years of experience, you'll be automatically taken off the competition. It needs to be relevant for the work that is required, and all the specifications are in the job advertisements, so that's important. Education and language is also important. Education in the UN is very broad, and at a bachelor's degree is typically sufficient, but if you have a master's or a PhD, you can stand out. The languages, you only need to speak English or French is a must. Those are the working languages of the UN. But if you also speak Arabic, Spanish, Chinese, or Russian, you may have a competitive advantage. You need to work to develop a very strong motivational statement in your candidacy and provide some other information. So be very particular in terms of your application. Also important for you to know that assessments can include tests and interviews. So to prepare for that, you need to review the job descriptions and requirements very carefully, and you need to prepare. So particularly for the interview, if you go to a mirror and try to address or anticipate some of the questions and really practice, because you need to be clear, succinct, and crisp. You need to provide a situational understanding of your examples, because it's based on examples thus far, and be very succinct. So it takes practice. It's a skill, in fact, to prepare for interviews. So do take the time to work on that. In terms of other opportunities, you've heard about internships. That's another way in which you can join the organization. Internships are offered in many, many duty stations. You also look for them in careers.un.org. There's also consultancies if you want just to do a specific finite project, let's say for 6 months, for 3 months, on your field of expertise. Could be for a maximum of 2 to 3 years. That's another way of contributing without having a long-term career. So I will stop here. Do look at our careers website. Follow us on social media. We have a global talent pool if you want to receive specific job notifications for areas of interest. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Soomi Ro, Director of Corporate Services Division at UNEP, to the floor. Please welcome Ms. Ro with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I will actually do it in English so that you can actually sort of reflect some of the jargons to be used in your future career path in the UNEP. Okay, so UNEP is also part of the UN Secretariat. So much of the recruitment policies and procedures and how you apply and how you prepare your resume, in what UN terminology we call it PHP, is actually very much of what Miguel has just covered. So I will focus more in terms of like if your interest matches UN Environment Program and what it takes and then what kind of the the talent that we're actually looking for. And then one practical tip I can give you, having been in the different UN Secretariat and then the systems, is that as what we were all saying earlier, the UN system is a huge family, right? And then one can ask, so why can't there be just one UN? Why are we so diverse, and why are we so? There are many different agencies and funds and programs apart from the UN Secretariat. It's because Miguel sort of highlighted what are the key pillars of the what we call mission in the UN. So for example, UN Secretariat is like a mothership, right? And then if it's a FAO, their focus is on the food and agriculture, right? That's their mission. And IAEA is an atomic non-proliferation, and that's the mission. In the UNEP, it's environment advocacy, environmental law. So even in the legal network, what do we look at? We look at the environmental law and governance. In terms of the substantive programs, we call it, we need a scientist that actually has a special expertise in how to bring the science into working on the climate action and the environment aspects. We even recruit those who are in the conflict and disaster. Why? Apart from the peacekeeping missions, in every conflict, every human disaster, there are always the impact to the environment. There's always impact to the people. There's always impact to those, the planet. And that actually then is a vicious cycle back to causing more of the conflict in the difficult places in Africa and difficult places in Asia, Pacific, and everywhere. That then leads to the development issue. That leads to the humanitarian aid issue. So it's all in the 360 kind of the loop. So if your interest lies with, let's say, in any of the UN system agencies, the first thing that you should look at is know the employer. Right? So from that perspective, it's important to know what does the UNEP, for example, looks out for, and then to make your expression of interest that matches the employer's interest. And that will be your first step. So from that perspective, what the UNEP comprises of, and then this is an important aspect because it links to then what is our talent acquisition strategy. So we obviously, from the what we call it foundational program and then the enabling program. So from the foundational program perspective, obviously we want to be, the UNEP calls out for the environmental advocacy from the governance. We advise when we promote and we convene the member states, governments, and environmental ministries and the support mechanism to come together to discuss the global issues in the environment. Then obviously, we want it to be the science-based, evidence-based kind of program. And the enabling then is how do we then actually make it better, right? To facilitate through the digital transformation. There's a lot of the environmental data that we need to collect, but what is the right data? So those are kind of the things that both our foundational and enabling program does. Then these are then broken down into 3 thematic elements. So if your interest lies in climate action, yes, there are multiple job family network that actually works towards the climate action.
then obviously climate action cannot go without the nature action. What about our forestry? What about our biodiversity? What about the endangered species? That we are, if you come to the headquarters in Nairobi, the reason why Kenya is the home for the UN environment and UN habitat is because you heard about the Lion King, you heard about safari, and that's the land of the Hakuna Matata in the Lion King musical, right? So there are where we need to live and find a way to coexist and cohabitate with the nature, right? Then obviously that is the chemicals and pollution action that we need to also to look at, and that's where I want to talk about how do you then bridge your experience. For example, if you have an experience in private sector, great, because then we are also doing a lot of advocacy work, and then to promote how do we actually deliver together with the private sector. A lot of the, for example, in Korea, there is many companies that are focusing on the environmental action, beating the plastic and pollutions, and some of the corporate values. These are all helpful experience that you will bring to UNEP in the future. Then from that perspective, let's say you are very inspired and then you are ready for looking for the jobs in the UNEP in the future. Then where do you start? I think all of us were saying in a one unison that there are multiple ways of coming into UN system, and UNEP is not anything different. So obviously when you start off either as a volunteer, UN volunteer, or you can start as a UN intern, you can start even as a UN consultant. You may even come in that you join the private sector, and then later on you may join the government sector. Then you join as experienced staff. That's what we call the professional staff and higher levels. We call it staff and non-staff simply because the staff is those kind of the categories, and then the non-staff is a UN volunteer internship. We call it non-staff, but then those experiences also count towards your future career that you want to apply for the job in UNEP. Then I wouldn't really spend too much time into that because we also use the same procedures as the Secretariat. But one thing I want to supplement to what Miguel pointed out, very important point, right? We are now using our AI proctor system to also to do the first filtering. So no matter how much you write long, beautiful resume and self-introduction, if you miss the keywords, it gets filtered out by the machine. So you really have to read the instruction. I have many, like thousands of applications. Sometimes it's one minor mistake, like you didn't select that you actually speak English, and then you get screened out. So we can't really save you from the machine filtering exercises. And also, I think we have done quite a reform in the HR procedures where we used to be making the candidates write like 5,000 words for one section. It's now very much condensed, and the art is also the competency and ability to write short, but then how do you actually capture your your experience and your motivation into few words. And that is the summary skill, and you will absolutely benefit from the summary skill, because you know what, no matter whether you come in as a lawyer or the scientist or the economist or the management, one thing that you will work in UN, in all UN offices, is writing summary note, writing talking point, writing the briefing note, writing the meeting minutes, and the whole art is how do you make the points in a succinct and a very condensed, concise way. So that's what the skills that we test even from the beginning. So that's very much that I covered, and then obviously, I think some of the questions might also come, but even in the UNEP, we operate in the headquarters in Nairobi, but we have 40 different offices across the globe. And also, we actually have many job networks that come that even, not just the environmentalists, you may think that, okay, in order to join UNEP, I need to have an environmental, activist or that kind of experience. well, that's helpful in some areas, but however, we also recruit many different job networks. So, and case in point, I told you I started off as an engineer in peacekeeping, working on the master plan and the community planning and how to build a mission headquarters in the UN peacekeeping in a conflict zones. Then I moved on to, because of that bridge, that I moved on to the UN procurement division to work on with the companies that actually does and all of that international businesses. That made me lead to working on the different portfolio like banking sector in the UN and the aviation reform. And from that perspective, that I became the policy advisor to the senior management in the UN. Then thereafter, I moved to the development sector in Bangkok and overseeing the coordination with the other UN system entities that are based in Asia Pacific. And now I moved to UNEP to cover a partial portfolio of mine is on the management. The other one is the donor relations with the member states that actually contribute to the UNEP's work. So what I would really strongly suggest in your preparation, I mean, this one I will skip, in your preparation is, in each of your experience in your academics and how you actually look out for, don't take it as a short-term outlook. Take it as like your long-term vision, and then every portfolio you build is actually becoming a part and parcel of your resume. And even if you don't make it in the first round, don't despair, because that will just give you another experience and lessons learned. And you keep on building and building of your portfolio and to really utilize some of the very good online materials that UN system has built over the years to put up. So do a lot of even to today, like you do the mock interview, take the cues from those and then you build it to your next resume and your interest. And then we always say in the UN job network is casting a wide net. So you cast your net, you live your day to the fullest, and every day you learn, it'll be part of your resume. You'll be surprised that some questions that you'll be asked during the interview questions will come from some of those small experiences that you actually have acquired. And I think that's the real, if your interest is in the call for not just working for one single private sector owner, but if you have a small interest even to contribute to the public service, that's your goal. And then in every day, yes, if you ask us, there are hard days, there are difficult days in working in the UN, and there are many days that we also get challenged and despair. But at the end of the day, when you go home, you can at least tell to yourself, what did I do today? That if I did a small contribution to better the world for tomorrow, and then if my contribution contributed to helping the vulnerable groups in the global village, or to protect the planet and the people, then I think that's the rewarding experience that we all go home every night. And with that, I think that's actually the end of the story for the UNEP. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Jie Wang, Regional HR Officer at the FAO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, to the floor. Please welcome Mr. Wang with a big round of applause.
Thank you, Miguel, and also Soomi, for sharing lots of common recruitment practice and tips. That's very useful. I think it's very common. So I will focus more on my presentation on the specifically targeting young talent, young students, that is opportunities in FAO. My topic is about harnessing young talent for the world free from hunger and poverty. So, sorry, which one is next? Sorry, which one? Ah, this one. Apologies. So we start with the three parts. First is about the FAO and also the Republic of Korea, the relationship. Second is a major part about the FAO's Young Talent Program. And last is how to apply. So this is a beautiful, our headquarters is the next station to the Colosseum. So if you manage to have an internship there, you can you can actually see on the top, that's a canteen, our canteen, and see the Colosseum. It's very beautiful, and it's a station of Chilico Massimo. That is, get out the metro, you will entering FAU's building. And who we are, so actually, as I mentioned earlier, FAU was established on 16th October 1945, and 8 days earlier than the UN. It's a specialized agency of the UN system, and sometimes they call it technical agency. We have membership, 194 member nations, which is even one more than the UN Secretariat. And we have also one member organization, EU, and 2 associate members of the FAU. Our headquarters was in Italy. We also have more than 130 decentralized offices, which is split into 5 regional offices, 10 sub-regional offices, and over 130 countries. Our current DG says the world faces historic task to turn the tide on ending hunger, poverty, and achieving the other SDGs. And in particularly, for this administration, we are proposing the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, better environment, which is also cross-cutting, collaborating with UNEP, WHO, and UNICEF even. And how we achieve, what we do, how we achieve these 4 betters, this is the vision, is a world free from hunger. And we also have 3 global goals, that eradicating the hunger, food insecurity, malnutrition. Second was poverty, and last is natural resources, because that's how food was produced from the sea, ocean, from the forestry, from the land and soil. So we're covering almost all the areas of the SDG. If you look at the left, the 17 SDGs, every SDG will have a cross-cutting area with food and agriculture. And how we achieve it, this is, as I've said, the 4 betters that we link in FAU's vision to all the SDGs, and also our mechanism to transform the agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better world. So we also focus on 4 these accelerators we call innovation, technology, complements, data, gender, youth inclusion is also one of the topics that this administration is focused. Then I talk a little bit about FAU's relationship with the Republic of Korea. And in fact, the ROK was joined FAU early in 1949, and there's over 75 years of partnership or cooperation with FAU, and it's one of the first nations successfully transformed from a beneficiary country to a donor country. Nowadays, ROK ranks the 9th largest contributor to FAU, assessed contribution, with also more than 20 ongoing projects. And these 20 projects not exactly happening in ROK, but also in Africa, in Asia Pacific. And it is also one of the underrepresented countries in FAU membership as of today. So we have so many opportunities for the youth. And almost 6 years ago, 6 years ago, we signed the host country agreement. So we have a partnership liaison office opened in Seoul. And it was launched, ceremony was held in April 2021. We have also lots of opportunities in this pillar office. Here is the second part. I will talk about the youth talent programs, in particularly the internship, volunteer, and fellow programs in FAU that is suitable for young talent. I will not talk more about why we need the global IVF program. It will be attracting young talent to be a changing agent for SDGs and become global citizens and future leaders. This is a summary of different criteria. I hope the Mofa can share this presentation to you so you don't have to remember everything. We have interns, volunteers, fellows, and we also have a UN volunteer. If you join the UN volunteer, we can directly take in rostered UN volunteer to work for FAO. And there's a particular criteria on age, on experience, and the duration. For FAO, the maximum duration for internship is 11 months. After that, we cannot extend it. Minimum is 3 months. And so far, we don't have an online kind of internship unless specifically challenging. So we encourage people to go to the field and do the internship there. Here's some data that I can share with you, global IVF data. For this year, we have 232 IVF participants from 70 member nations. And you can see Asia Pacific now become very big contributor to the IVF program. And also, but our duty station, most people choosing the duty station in headquarters with the beautiful Rome places. We also have a second was Africa and Asia Pacific. This is a region you can choose. And this is particular data from participants from ROK. We can see the past 4 years, intern is always the majority was interns. Gender-wise, female was more, over 70%. Even last year, 91%, 88%, 84% was female. Then from the location, you can see, I think headquarters still be the big one, then Africa, Asia Pacific. And also we have also a region in the Europe, Central Asia. And this is 3 partners, institutional partners signed agreement with FAO. If you are recommended or funded by them, I think you don't have to go through additional interview process with FAO. They can go through them. They will send your profile directly to FAO. Then we will identify the receiving unit for you to work there as an internship. And here's how to apply. It's similar that I just want to share with you. We normally open twice, once in January, another in September. If you check, go to the website FAO Employment, you can check. It's almost maybe open for 2 or 3 months, but plan it earlier, like 5 or 6 months earlier, because the internal process will take time. And you need to upload a motivation letter and also update your profile so that you can be selected from there. There's also fully sponsored internship opportunities that go through the institute that was having agreement with FAO. That's much quicker, but it doesn't stop you to apply the generic call for express of interest. And we also have a young professional program that is under 32 and only need 1 year experience, working language of English, but we also need another UN languages out of the 6 UN languages. That is, but we need a B level. If you have a B level, so put it there, and it's very likely that you'll be choosing for interview and further opportunities. This is funded by FAO. It's a 2-year program. After 2 years, the hosting unit may extend it from consultant or other jobs. And we also have a JPO that is funded by the MOFA or Ministry of Agriculture. That's our line ministry with FAO. Also under 32. And we need an advanced degree. If you don't have a bachelor degree, if you don't have a master or above, you are not eligible. And there's minimum of 3 years. Language, again, language is a big challenge. You need a working level English and another B level, another UN languages. Here's a little bit different with, as I said, it's a technical urgency. So we have a technical area. I just split it into 2 parts, technical areas and the corporate services. Technical areas was very specific. You can see where if you have agribusiness, agronomic, agriculture, animal production health, plant production health, fishery, forestry, food safety, quality, natural resources management, nutrition, climate change, biodiversity, which is also UN share with UNEP. We also have a big department, ES, economic, social development, and program support. And corporate, that is common in communication, IT, HR, finance, procurement, legal, so you can apply. We also have a good youth engagement initiative like World Food Forum. There's also a this year, I think we established a new office of women and youth, so you can try to look at the opportunities there. Here's a potential assignment location. That is a 5 region office in Bangkok, Chile, Egypt, Hungary, and also Ghana. We also have a 10 sub-region office and country office 130. So, yeah, finally, please do look at the FAO employment website and apply. And also if you have a specific skills or expertise like forestry, fisheries, which is a very big department in FAO, you can go through the funding agreement with FAO partners. They will recommend you for a specific. And just for your information, we have one of the highest Korean nationals, our ADG for the regional office, Mr. Jong Jin Kim, was a former Deputy Minister of Ministry of Agriculture and Food, and he recently retired in March. And now we still have one senior Korean national, so now he's the head of office in Lao PDR. So we have lots of opportunities. As I said, it's underrepresented country, female, and also opportunities in the neighboring countries in Asia Pacific is a very attractive opportunity. So do look for the opportunities, and FAO is welcoming you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Last but not least, I would like to invite Ms. Vanvia Bumiplanit, Human Resources Officer at IAEA, to the floor. Please welcome Ms. Bumiplanit with a big round of applause.
I studied in the UK for my university degree, so it's not my first time living abroad. The culture is very different compared to Korea. I work at the IAEA as an intern. I'm in the division of nuclear installation safety in the section of research reactor safety section. The working environment is rather very friendly, so you get to be, in a way, less stressed. Every day I get to speak to people from different parts of the world, and that also broadens my perspective. And also, as a person who studied nuclear engineering, and as a young professional, it gives me so much opportunities to learn and broaden my understanding, and also be motivated to be part of this whole community. I really enjoy that I get to contribute to the safety and security of nuclear energy, and I love seeing and observing how the global community addresses the challenges that are out in this field. So I would definitely want to stay and work at the IAEA.
Good afternoon again. My name is Vanviva Bumiplanit. I'm the recruitment HR officer managing recruitment in the IAEA. So far from the beginning of the session, raise your hand if you're already inspired. Even though you don't know which organization you apply to yet, but raise your hand if you feel like inspired by the UN work and mandate so far. Not yet. It's coming through. Okay, that's fine too. Just to introduce myself, I'm managing recruitment, and then I'm also active on LinkedIn. If you are at the end of this session inspired and have some questions about how to apply to different UN organizations, as well as at the IAEA, I'm very happy to be connected with you. I also benefit from other colleagues who presented before me on different of the category, and then as well as the recruitment process. So I will complement on top of whatever have they already presented. For the IAEA overview, here is our Director General. I will start with the quote that he said, "The agency is a formidable institution that deals with the issue of war and peace, of human health, energy, food and water, fundamental concern of all human beings. In the nutshell, our mandate is Atoms for Peace and Development. We have over 2,500 staff in Vienna, which is our headquarters, and also in the regional office in Tokyo and Toronto. Laboratories also in Monaco, and cyberstorage also in Austria. We serve 180 member states, Korea is included. We are an autonomous international organization within the UN system. We are the main corporation of nuclear in the nuclear field, also like promoting safe, secure, and peaceful use of nuclear technology. We currently employ 29 Korean national under professional category, and 9 of them are at the P5, which is the manager's level, and up to a director level as well. And we also have number of consultants and interns, which are Korean nationals. In terms of organizational structure, under the Director General, we have different office of internal oversight, legal affairs, public information, as well as the coordination office. And then there are 6 different departments which are focusing on like the nuclear science. There are also different departments that doesn't require the nuclear background. I came in the human resource team without nuclear background, but then I learned in the engagement within organizations. So those are the area of work within administration, coordination, program management officer, human resource, procurement protocol, IT, finance, and also budget. So there are different variety of work area that you can be interested in and apply for. So on the type of assignment, similar to any other UN organization, we have different types of assignment: general service, international professional, JPO, cost-free expert, which is funded by the government. We also have the CFE, cost-free experts from Korea as well, fellowship, scientific visit, consultant, and last but not least, the intern. So I'm going to be talking about the 4 different types of opportunity that's most relevant to you now. So for the internship, similar to other UN organizations, we offer the meaningful work environment in the international work environment here. And here's a picture of all our interns that we host in our organization at the agency in Vienna, in front of our compound in Vienna. Basically also including the benefit as well as like entitlement there. You can see we offer like monthly stipend, enough for you to have the beautiful living in the beautiful city. I have 5 minutes, okay. All right, also medical insurance and annual leave as well. You have to be under minimum of 20 years old to apply 3rd year of university degree, or after graduation for the 1st year. The JPO, similarly to other organizations where you need to have some years of experience, you have to be under 32 years old, graduate 1st level degree, and also have 2 years of experience. And then all of these opportunities will be listed under our website that will be at the end, the QR code for you to scan. The other one is Marie Skłodowska career program. They're supporting young female to pursue career in the nuclear field. We offer the scholarship for master degree program in the nuclear-related subject. We support the tuition fee as well as the living cost. And at the end, we also like promoting the engagement within the internship opportunity that's facilitated by IAEA. The last one is Lise Meitner program. It's a visiting professional program for females who are working in the nuclear field, currently employed for 3 to 5 years, up to 10 years maximum. And you have to graduate all, at least like bachelor degree in that particular field. It offers you the opportunity to visit the nuclear facilities, laboratories, and have discussion, also the lecturing and training within that area. So the program lasts around 2 to 4 months. So you can also apply as well if you're interested. In terms of recruitment process, I think it's similar to other UN agency. I think the most, my personal advice, like if the most competitive stage at the recruitment process is to get your application screen in, right? The way you write your application, try to match your application, tailor your application with the position you apply to. I think you perhaps like get a bit a lot of information right now about different organizations. I advise you to take your time at the end of today to just reflect on that a little bit, to see the work of different organizations, so you know which organization that you would be interested in that match with your career aspiration and the area of study as well. So once your application comes in, we screen you through like automatic like AI, as well as the hiring manager looking at your applications. And also, if you are qualified, you go through assessment, which may include technical exam and definitely the interview. We use the model of competency-based interview here, and I will be talking about that in a little bit. And if you are recommended, you will be selected or not selected, then you will be put in the roster candidate for the qualified positions, for the qualified, similar qualified position for the period of 2 years. So similar to other colleagues who mentioned before, so review your vacancy notice and then be prepared to apply early, because you don't know how long you need to go through your application. I want to flag this important information that different UN organizations use different application system. So you have to go through that, view your application there, and then like review your profile and modify your motivation letter that associate with the particular position that you apply to. And most important thing is completing the application right before the deadline. And once you have submitted your application, study also preparing for the technical exam and also for the competency-based interview. That's very important. And I would like to leave you here for a couple seconds now. You can scan the QR code, the first one for the current openings. That will take you to the page where there are different opportunity, internship, the scholarship, JPO, that's available there. And also, if you're interested, you can register to the careers newsletter, the second QR code, that you can also register for receiving the upcoming opportunity within our organization. And if you are active on social media, there are different channels that you can connect to, from Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, and also other active Facebook and other channel. Basically, there would be people from the talent outreach team behind the channel who are responding to your questions about how do I fill in my application, if I get through the competitive recruitment, then how I go prepare for the interview. Also, you're welcome to also add me to LinkedIn if you like. I would like to close with this. Vienna is the most livable city. We are awarded for the 10th time, and then this time we lost to Copenhagen, but it's still fine. Actually, I just want to reiterate that it's very nice working environment. It's welcoming. We have this office in the Vienna Information Center, which hosts over like 5,000 UN employees with over 20 UN organizations here. So we have accommodated work environment, and Vienna being like the city where it's very easy to navigate, and then it's pleasant to have like good quality of life there. So I look forward to any of your questions at the end of this session. Thank you.
Thank you all for your insightful presentations. We will now open the floor to questions for all of our speakers. Please come forward for the joint Q&A session, please. For the speakers, we have gathered questions in advance, so we kindly ask you to address those you find relevant. And for the audience, please raise your hand if you have any questions, and our staff will hand over the microphone. Please briefly introduce yourself before asking the question. We will start the question after the tables are set. Does anyone have a question? Please raise your hand, please.
So my name is Nuri Jong. and I'm currently pursuing a dual master with UNITAR and USA in international affairs and diplomacy. I would like to say thank you so much to the speakers. It's an honor to be here with you and to listen to all your insights. It really means a lot. And rather than a question, I actually wanted to ask you for an advice since we are in Korea. I was wondering how could we stand out from the global crowd as a Korean national with a strong profile? Could anyone respond to my advice?
Maybe I will start, and as a Korean national, I think the kind of the advice that we give, whether regardless of the nationalities, right? I mean, I think UN, all of us, is one of the employers that has a very rarity in terms of appreciating the diversity, right? So from that, I don't think Korean nationals any differences. But from my practical and pragmatic advice, I think I can cover about 3 points. One thing is the UN really, one of our values is diversity. And what does that mean? I think we count every different experience as unique and special, and that is the traits that we want to attract. So if you actually had you know, and that doesn't mean that you actually have to live in overseas or you have to grow up in the different places, even if you have never left Korea, right? But I think it's a kind of the, you know, we all believe that every human being has a unique characteristics, personality, background, and I think that's how you want to portray in your resume to sort of highlight that. Second thing I will actually recommend is, you know, as a Korean, I think what you need to sort of outlook is that what is the value that you are bringing to the employer that want to look out for you. So in your local experience, but then even in the local community, what did you do to benefit the global outlook, and how did you aspire that, and then from the small efforts, what did you do in connection to that? And I think that's a beautiful experience. The third thing I can recommend is don't think that you actually have to demonstrate. I think we covered a lot of the linguistic capacity. Everybody is expected to speak English. So the TOEFL scores and the typical Korean society's pressure doesn't work in the UN, right? What you really need to emphasize is what kind of values that you bring to the table, and why we should actually select such you know, personality and the value proposition to the UN. So I think that will be helpful. So even if you worked in a local community as a volunteer, or even if you worked in the private sector, even if you worked in the government sector, or as an intern, or even in the research student in college, what values did you work on? And I think that's how you bring to the table.
Thank you for your answer. Does anyone?
I could complement to that at the practical level, basically how you stand out in the process, right? First, like I would divide to 2 tiers. Like first is application process. Definitely each process, like Miguel mentioned, you really have to prepare. You need to know your organization you apply to, and then make linkage to why you want to apply. That come in like in your motivation letter. Also your resume, make it structured in a way that easy to follow, right? Because the recruiter, they review hundreds of applications. The lengthy one definitely get less attention, but then still, like if you can write in a succinct manner, it helps a lot to bring about easier, like communicate in an easier, more succinct manner with the motivation letter and also your resume, because we evaluate the candidate at face value. We don't get to see you yet, but then you need to get through that very competitive part of screening first. So you need to sell yourself basically, and what are the qualification and profile you would like to sell there, and add the assessment process. If you bring yourself through this through the screening process and then going to assessment, basically you really need to understand what the role that you are doing basically study that and then like try to understand a little bit of like what could be the technical assessment, the written exam questions that's relevant to the role, definitely. And then for the interview, they're basically, I think all the organization is using competency-based or behavioral-based interview. So that's the technique of STAR, situation, task, action, result. What is your role in this particular situation? You need to practice kind of more strategic answers to that. So to pitch yourself. And then like definitely the classic question that we ask in the UN is why you what motivates you to apply? Right? You have to come prepared with all that, and then also like linking your profiles to that particular role, and make kind of the value-added proposal to that as well, so that kind of differentiate you for the rest of the candidates, if that helps. Thank you.
My name is Dae-jung Song. I'm a French-Korean national who's been working in the private sector for like more than 10 years. And we speak a lot about all the benefits of working in an international organization, and the UN and all the other like international organizations are like at the very core of what we can define as diverse and international. But what kind of challenges and difficulties should you expect to encounter on your like daily work experience? Like just off the top of my head, I've been living in like 5 to 6 different countries, and I had a colleague from Brazil, and he asked me like whose funeral I was attending to, and in the French culture it's not really polite to ask such a question because it's considered really private. So it was kind of like challenging to deal with this kind of like different work ethics. And how could you, for example, deal with this kind of like difficulties, or do you in an international context encounter such challenges? Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent question, and it's true. I mean, of course, we focus a lot on the benefits in terms of what you stand to gain, but there's also a number of challenges, and particularly in the Secretariat, where you have a multitude of duty stations with very different contextual arrangements and theaters of operations. If you work in Juba or in Mogadishu in Somalia, or Juba in South Sudan, or if you work in Bangkok in Thailand or New York, it's going to be a very different experience. For example, we have many non-family duty stations in these very complex theaters of operations, particularly in the peacekeeping areas, where that means that you will not be able to take your family with you, so you have to work for a number of years without living close to your family. So you may be given an opportunity to leave that duty station either every 4 weeks or 6 weeks or 8 weeks, or for periods of time, to reconnect and to have an opportunity to recharge. But these are some of the challenges in terms of not living, for example, with your family. Of course, as an international staff, irrespective of being in a family or non-family duty station, you leave your home country, right? So you leave sort of the friends and the family that you grew up with, in order to embrace an international career. So I think those are some of the challenges, and also to some of the most difficult duty stations in terms of, it's very important to be deliberate about self-care, and specifically touching on the issue of physical and mental health and well-being. They are particularly important because you'll be, depending on the type of work and duty station, exposed to challenging situations. So thank you for asking that, because I think those are some of the challenges that you'll face in terms of dealing with different cultures. Comes with a phenomenal opportunity to learn, and also to learn about yourself, because then it helps you situate in terms of what you bring and what's the perspective through which you approach life and the work of the UN. And that's all of us. We really want different perspectives to be able to contribute in the most equitable and fair manner to the mandates that we try to advance. And so that's critical. You've learned about different ways of, yes, different sort of humor, approaches to humor, right? Or approaches to work. Different cultures value different things and expect some, also touching to not just culturally but individually. You may want more guidance, less guidance. You may want more flexibility, less autonomy, more autonomy, and so on and so forth. So what I would say is that definitely you will learn more about yourself, how we interact with others. We're all united by the values of the organization, which are inclusion, integrity, humanity, and humility. Those are the things that we unite us all. But under those big principles, diversity will be critical.
I just wanted to add to, because I think it's a really excellent question, and then that's the real life situation in the UN, right? So I will tell you a joke, which became a bad joke. And sometimes working in the UN, you may be actually having a workplace conflict doesn't start with the political issues. Sometimes it can be such a very minor cultural issue that you thought it was perfectly fine to joke, right? So we had like a team lunch, and then one of the colleagues made a comment on a very distinct cultural food that really smelled it smelled a little bit strong, right? But then the person may not have thought it so seriously, so made a passing remark, and then everyone laughed, right? And the colleague who actually brought the food felt so bad, right? And that small incident started off, a workplace conflict, right? And a disharmony. So that is the reason why then it linked to the UN's outlook for the competencies. We call it respect for diversity. So I may have a very strong views about my personal religious values. I may have a very strong views in terms of my own political side, right? Or I may have a very distinct views about what the Asian, filial perspective should be. However, it's very important to distinguish what is my personal values and to the organizational values. And that is the reason why in the UN, if you work as an international civil servant, then you're not supposed to be too actively promoting your political views, even in your personal social media. And many young generation ask us, like, why? It is our human right and my personal conviction to post it. But because people will associate you not as Soomi as an individual, but Soomi as a UN. So I think that's the reason why we are continuously looking for someone who can be a team player, that we can work with the 193 nationalities, and to the same with the political groups. And because at the end of the day, our role is to bring the cohesion and unity and diversity that can work with any of the nationalities in the different groups. So I think that's a very important question and values, but something that you can continue to work on. It doesn't mean that if those of you have never had experience working with the international setting, please do not worry about that, because even in the Korea, I see so many opportunities for that diversity, respecting different values, respecting even the different the groups of the migration families that have come to join the Korean society. So you can start from there and then to expand.
Thank you.
I think just to compliment on that, I think any job has challenge and opportunity, right? You really need to find your why, like why I want to do this. I think the UN is kind of the learning, the long learning journey for me. There are kind of tough days and then good days, and then I need to really be motivated myself. Where one good evening in Afghanistan, and then why am I here? And then there would be the motivation that drive you through that particular challenge. And then if you know your why, to go through different things, why is this important to me? Why do I want to do this? Then it takes you to a long way, right? Because you're gonna have to overcome it by yourself. Oftentimes, I think it's a challenge, and then every time we turn the challenge into opportunity to learn, opportunity to just thrive in challenging environment, opportunity to understand things a little bit better, and then you go up to different space. And then with that, when you look back, you thought, okay, this is not so difficult. That's fine, right? And then you move to the next stage. I think really now, like maybe it's a part of the, when you are graduated now, reflecting on like where you want to go, where you want to see yourself, like in terms of career. Think about 3-5 years if you don't know the future, but think about where I want to be in the next 3 years. And what am I doing now is gonna take me to that point. If it doesn't take you to that point, change. Right? And then like if you go into the place where, okay, I got the new job and then I got to the place and then I'm not sure if I go there or not, I think the first thing to do is just to start, because you never know until you try. And if you try, you don't like it, nobody tie you to the chair, right? You can just go move to the next opportunity as well. So I think now it's a good pace stage of your life stage where you go reflecting on what is important to me, where I want to go, and then like what is my motivation. And then now I know you're browsing through different opportunities now and then try to find where yourself land. But like before you get there, it takes a lot of day, months, year maybe for you to find something you like or you don't like by browsing through different opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all for your participation. And due to the time constraint, we will have to close the floor with one last very short question.
Hi, sorry, madam. My name is Hava, and I'm currently doing double major in Poli-Sci and international / more like foreign affairs. And I would like to mainly aim for UN Human Rights Office, UN Secretariat, and UNDP. The question I would like to ask is that I have heard that, I don't know if it is true or not, that social science majors such as mine, or like such as Poli-Sci, as I mentioned, and international majors a bit too general to say, and one should have more like specific and specialized edge that they could actually utilize in their work life, such as what could be like international law degree or something like that. So yeah, basically anything like that, and that also kind of became my biggest concern. Should I just stick with my kind of normie-dormy international relation or political science, or should I do something extra to stretch a bit further? So yeah, basically that's my biggest concern. And is there any advice that you guys could give in such a case as mine? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Before answering your question, I just want to share my experience. I was a major in biochemistry and molecular biology from Chinese Academy of Science 19 years ago. So when I was doing the master's, every month, I think, because Chinese Academy of Science, very high level, we have the monthly, we invite Nobel Prize laureate to give us presentations. I was thinking I will be a scientist. 99% of my classmates go to professors now in the university doing the biochemistry professors. I took a wrong way or difficult way, different way. So my experience telling you that I think right now, especially when you are doing master or PhD, don't focus too much on your major. Sorry, you won't directly get a P4, P5 positions. That's your supervisor, that's your tutor. If he cannot get it, how can you get it? Frankly speaking, right? So for you, look at it more realistic. Go for internship, go for study, go for different jobs. Within 10 years, you are open to choose different options. Soomi was an architect. Stay in Africa, doing procurement, corporate services, you never know. And one of the beauty side of UN is it will offer you different opportunities. If you sometimes taking a wrong positions, maybe one day you will coming back. Yeah, I continue with my experience. After my graduation, I didn't do the laboratory work. I said I want to change my career. So I do international training, most likely the MOFA kind of training. I do 3 years, then my boss changed me to do international trade. I was doing import and export for another 2 years. I became the vice president of import business. Then I still thinking, I don't like making money. Private sector, pressure. Every day I have to count how much money I earned, and I can maintain my team. I want to go back to the international work, dealing with different international people, talking with them. So I applied many jobs. After 2 years, I finally get a consultant job in FAO China. From there, 2 years, I went another international consultant in Rome. And staying 2 years in Rome, and that was 14 years ago. Very few, not only Chinese, but also Asians, was less in Europe. So I stayed there 2 years. I found out I don't have many opportunities. I needed to go back to the field. So second year, I took MBA courses on part-time, finished my work, go to the night school to do MBA. And the second year, when I finished MBA, I go to Nepal. That is after a big earthquake. With that, I took another 2 years consultant and finally get a position back into Rome again as a staff member. So that took me another 6 years. And coming to the second question, UN job sometimes is also a lonely, right? Very lonely job, sorry to say. You look at the bright side, but sometimes very lonely. I stayed 2 years there. I bring my small kids 2 years. After first year, we take a summer leave. We were in Beijing. My son telling me that he was eating yogurt. He said, it's so delicious. Why I cannot eat it in Nepal? I was so heartbroken. So heartbroken. After 1 year, I was getting like $10,000 per month there, but I cannot just find a good yogurt. So I tell him that, wait, Dad will make a change for you and we will go back to Rome again. But after 5 years, I return back. I still think I need more. I go back to Bangkok again. That is why if you want to survive or go upstairs, go up, you need to change a lot. Be the change you want so that you can make changes for others. That's my sharing.
Well, thank you very much. Please give all of speakers a big round of applause for the informative and engaging presentations. Once again, this is the end of the group session. As requested earlier, please remember to bring over the survey sheet to our volunteers. And thank you once again for your active participation. Thank you. 안녕하십니까. 곧 심층 세션이 시작될 예정이오니 참석자분들께서는 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 또한 본 세션은 영어로 진행될 예정입니다. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the IOM, UNDP, UNHCR, ICC, and OECD group session. My name is Sung-eun Son, and I am a Program Management Officer at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea. And I will be serving you as your moderator for the session today. Before we get started, please allow me to remind you that a survey sheet has been distributed at the registration desk for us to better understand your level of satisfaction and opinions. Also, please note that questions will be addressed during a joint Q&A session at the end of all presentations. Since we have listened to self-introduction by our speakers during the previous session, we will begin this group session without further delay. Please keep in mind that all presentations for each presentation should be 10 minutes. Firstly, I would like to invite Mr. Michael Emery, Director of Human Resources at IOM, to the floor. Please welcome Mr. Emery with a big round of applause.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the presentation from UN Migration. Now, we're a very interesting organization because for the last decade or so, we've been growing very, very fast. And we're also the youngest UN organization in that the age or the demographic of our workforce is quite young. So we have a lot of entry-level positions. So a little bit about IOM. We were founded in 1951. We have about, at the moment, 15,000 staff working worldwide in about 500 offices all over the globe. We're a project-based organization. That is, we implement projects for governments, and that's how we survive financially. We very much value multilingualism. So our official languages are English, French, and Spanish. But we only require you to have your mother tongue and one of the official languages. So Korean and English is fine. And we have a workforce comprised of almost 170 nationalities. So what do? We work on climate action. We do humanitarian response and recovery. We saw today that WFP is the largest humanitarian organization. We're the third biggest humanitarian organization on earth. We protect affected populations, so migrants on the move. We provide regular pathways for migrants, so legal pathways for migrants to move from one country to another. We do a lot on border management and returning stranded migrants and readmissions. We also do a lot of migration health. So we have health professionals here. We have 1,800 people working in migration health. And we do a lot of work on migration policy and research. So that's the programmatic areas. We also, of course, have things like human resources, lawyers, finance, auditors, etc., etc. Now, why would you consider working for IOM? Well, it's a good question. Firstly, it's a pretty dynamic workplace, and we deal with really relevant, pressing global issues. Every country on earth is struggling with migration at the moment, and for different reasons. Some people, they're losing intellectual property, they're losing a brain drain or having a brain drain. Others are struggling to attract enough people to work there. They don't have enough labor to get to work there. There's also a possibility for a career path spanning many countries. Most of our long-term staff in IOM have worked in at least 6 different countries. We have an attractive compensation package. Often say that if you work for the UN, you won't get rich, but you won't be poor either. And we also have a whole host of benefits, including parental leave, hardship allowances, danger pay, and a whole lot more. But most importantly, you have a job with a purpose in life. You can get up in the morning, you can look at yourself in the mirror, and you can say, what I do today is making a difference in the world. So there's different entry points for recruitment. Certainly there are vacancy notices. So every Friday we put out new vacancy notices, usually about 20, 25 new vacancies. We have temporary or short-term assignments, particularly when there's an emergency. We do have junior professional officers, and in fact, at the moment, there is one advertised on our website for a Korean, for anybody who is an expert in artificial intelligence. So if you're an expert in artificial intelligence, you're coming, and your boss would be me. So that's good. And I'm a great boss, so that's okay. We also have loans and secondments. We have internships. Now we pay our internships, and I'll talk about that in a moment. And we have United Nations volunteers. Now, up until last year, we had almost 1,000 UNVs, but with recent budget cuts, we've had to trim that down a little bit. Okay, so for the Junior Professional Officer program, it's young professionals, usually between 28 and 35, depending on the country. We do like to have a master's degree, 2 years of professional experience, and generally speaking, you have to be Korean to get a Korean JPO-ship. Now, it's a really nice sort of program. You get career development, you have mentoring of other JPOs that have qualified, and you also have a very strong focus on retention. That is, we try to keep you. At the moment, IOM has about 80% retention rate. At the moment, we've had, up until now, we've had about 232 JPOs hosted by IOM, and these are at the moment from 14 countries, and we currently have 38 active ones. We did have 50, but unfortunately the Americans pulled out of the program. Interestingly, most of our JPOs are women, and that's also the case with the JPO program globally anyway. I think UNDP, they have about 70% women in the JPO program. We've had a total of 9 JPOs from Korea, 6 women and 3 men. So it is a good thing to apply for if you're under 32. Now, UNVs is another great entry point. 35 years ago, before any of you were born, I was a UNV in West Africa. That's how I started in the UN system, and that was a terrific way to start. So don't be afraid to take up a UNV assignment. As I said, last year we peaked at about 1,000 UNVs. We're down now to about almost 400 because of budget cuts. Internships. Now, generally we do internships between 2 to 9 months. We do pay our interns, which is nice. And currently you have to be a student in a postgraduate degree or the last year of your bachelor's degree. So if you're doing a 4-year bachelor degree program, you need to be in at least year 3 to do that. And we do them in duty stations all around the world, except in non-family duty stations. If it's dangerous or the bullets are flying, then we don't bring an intern there. Now, in terms of the modalities, we do mostly in-person internships, and we have no unpaid internships in IOM. So you're either paid by us or you're paid by a sponsoring institution like a university, or sometimes you have special scholarship councils and stuff like that. We have partners at the moment with Ewha Women's University, with Kyung-hee University and the Seoul Metropolitan Government. So we have 3 arrangements with those institutions at the moment. What are we looking for when we recruit a candidate? Certainly in terms of technical skills, because we're such a projectized organization, we like people with project management skills. Data analytics, great profile to have. Artificial intelligence, proposal writing, fundraising, these are all very, very useful qualifications to have. But in terms of the human skills, sometimes called the soft skills, we like people that can work in teams, for sure. We like people that can communicate, critical thinking and analysis, knowledge management, resilience. You need to be able to put up with some very difficult situations. We like people who have a humble approach to development, so we like humility. Also people with leadership skills and people with some get up and go, some initiative. Just in terms of the recruitment process, generally we have a vacancy notice, there's an application, CV, cover letter, There's a competency-based interview. If you don't know what a competency-based interview is, Google it, okay? There's some very good information there. Often we have an assessment part of it, we do reference checks, and then we onboard you. And that's it. I've stuck to 10 minutes, and my timekeeper here is going to be very happy with me. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Jeong-Leung Marcelin, Talent Acquisition and Partnership Specialist at UNDP, to the floor. Please welcome Mr. Marcelin with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Hi again. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today. The good news is, after Michael Emery's presentation, I don't have much to say, because we more or less follow the same approach to policies, programs, recruitment processes, etc. And also, I'd like to confirm Michael is a great boss. So yes, you should apply. All right. The first slide I'm going to show is not actually about UNDP, and I hope you have good eyes, because it's very small font. This is the UN system. So when I say I work for the UN or I work for UNDP, actually, yes, it's true, but there is no such thing as the UN as an employer. You have a variety of organizations which may have their own needs, their own mandate, their own expertise needs, etc. Also, Michael and earlier talked about, we talked about UNV or JPO positions. Some of these agencies have UNV opportunities or JPO opportunities, some don't, etc. So, key piece of information here, do your homework. Find out where you actually are the best fit for a position and for an organization. And make sure when you apply that you tailor your application to the organization you identified. This will really allow you to be at the top of the pile of the CVs. Now, UNDP. I'm not going to spend too much time about UNDP's activities. First of all, because it is a very large topic. We are present all around the globe, as you will see in a second, but also because you can find all that online. And that's the second piece of information I'd like to insist on. Make sure you are prepared and you do your homework when you apply for any type of positions in the UN system, including UNDP, of course. You need to be able to explain why you apply for, in my case, UNDP and not for another agency. And it's fine to apply for several agencies as long as you have a narrative. You show you've done your homework about it. Now, UNDP works with governments and other institutions in implementing long-term sustainable development policy. We are one of the main development agencies in the UN system. We are present more or less everywhere in the Global South. We have a workforce of around 23,000 staff, or employees rather, on different types of contracts. And depending on the country we operate in, we will have a different array of solutions because the needs are different. If you work on climate change questions in a Pacific Island country, it will be about the rise of the oceans. But if you work in Laos or another landlocked country, it may be about, I don't know, managing river and making sure that, I don't know, whatever it would be is addressed on that topic, etc. So very different contexts, local context, for global solutions toward development, long-term development. And how to do that? We have 6, what we call here, signature solutions, and these are the programmatic activities of UNDP. So the first one, for example, poverty and equality, obviously is about poverty reduction. So we look for economists or people who have worked around such topics. Governance, on the other hand, is about supporting rule of law, democratic elections, access to as diverse as possible to decision-making for the population, etc. So obviously it's another type of profiles we're looking for. Because UNDP is the leading or one of the leading development agencies, we have many different needs on these topics. So again, it's about doing your homework, identify where your niche is, and go for it. I mentioned that we were present everywhere. Apologies for the slide, which is very difficult to read because it's so small a font. But this is just to show basically the complexity of our presence, in the sense that we have offices literally everywhere, including in Seoul. We have a policy center in Seoul. Some of you are actually interning there, or may have, or will intern there. A great opportunity. It's at Korea University to know more about UNDP and what is it we do. Michael earlier talked about the programmatic profiles of IOM, and of course in UNDP we have a different mandate, hence we may have different programmatic needs in terms of what is it you bring as an expert. But he also mentioned the operational needs, you know, HR, finance, etc. And we have in the UN, including UNDP, many needs on these topics. Procurement, for example, is a very big component of what UNDP and the UN are doing. So again, depending on your expertise, you may have more or less programmatic profiles, in which case you need to identify which agencies work on these programmatic profiles. But if your expertise is more about HR as human resources, or maybe communications, for example, well, you have a much larger job market within the UN, including UNDP for sure. Last year, we advertised for 4,000 positions, and close to 1,000 were for international types of positions. I do believe that this year this is going to go down in numbers. UNDP is not as heavily hit as some other agencies when it comes to the budget crisis that the UN is currently facing. However, I do believe we will be more cautious in terms of hiring new staff in the coming months and probably couple of years, just to make sure we stay afloat. I don't know, it's just my personal guess. But there will still be some job opportunities for sure. Now, joining UNDP is joining a community of purpose. And here, I think it goes beyond UNDP. It has to do with basically the UN family and its values. And it's very important also you as an applicant to highlight this in your application. We want to see committed people. The UN is under scrutiny at best, attack at worst from various forces who do not believe in multilateralism. We do believe in multilateralism. Korea is a staunch supporter of our activities, so make sure that you transpire it in your make it transpired in your applications. Also, in terms of what we call here next-gen thinking, make sure in your application that you highlight your innovative skills, your ability to think outside the box, maybe through, of course, the use of AI, but digital transformation overall is a big agenda. And this is one of the key aspects we look for in candidates, but also that we offer to candidates. Joining UNDP is joining a very agile and transparent organization, which actually is being rated as such every year when there are such assessments. So it's quite exciting a journey in that sense. The third part I'd like to highlight in terms of the excitement of joining UNDP and the UN overall, I would say, is the personal growth. It goes without saying that there will be a professional growth, but the personal growth will be there. You will be exposed to many different contexts, many different cultures, situations, which will force you to think differently and to see the world differently. And this personal journey, I do believe, is invaluable. Now, I'm not going to go into details for the sake of time, and also because it has already been covered previously. But when you apply for any type of positions in UNDP or the UN, make sure you look for the requirements of the position. There will be some must-have requirements that must be met. If you do not meet them, you will not be considered. You will be screened out. And then there will be some desirable skills or experience or any type of background, which then, if you have them, great. It places you higher up in the list of our wish list. If not, that's okay. You still apply. I will not go into these details because it varies from one position to the other, but basically it will be a mix of work experience, education, language skills. At UNDP, we work in French, English, and Spanish, English being the most important one of the three. And then different competencies and softer skills, which will vary depending on each position. But already it's been a bit covered. Internships, very close to what Michael from IOM was saying. It's basically the same approach, and we do pay our interns. It's not a huge amount, but at least it is paid internship. And you need to be in your last year of a bachelor's studies, anytime during your master's studies or higher, or within 1 year after graduation. We also have a lot of UNV positions. UNDP is actually the largest employer of UNVs in the UN system. 10% of our workforce are made of UNVs. Korea funds UNVs, so have a look at it. And we have a JPO program, including 2 positions currently advertised. Korean JPOs do very well in UNDP. They have one of the highest retention rates among all JPO participants, between 75 and 80% retention. So have a look at it. Definitely an exciting way to join the UN. And as I mentioned, that's how I joined the UN. I worked for 5 years before, 2 years in bilateral, 3 years in NGO, and then I joined the UN as a JPO. Recruitment processes, we don't have time to go into details, and also Michael covered some of it, or all of it. Actually, we follow exactly the same approach. And if you don't know what CBI, competency-based interview, is, what did you say? Google it or use another browser, but for sure, this is critical. Also, you may want to use this approach of the 3 whys when starting to look at positions in terms of what the needs are, what is it you want, and what is it you can. This is quite powerful. I will stop here for the sake of time. I just want to show UNDP's careers is on the social media, especially LinkedIn. We're a growing community of over 1.2 million followers on all social medias. And you may want to have a look at UNDP careers just to get inspired and also get job opportunities with us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Mimosa Kopasi, Senior Human Resources Partner at the UNHCR Regional Bureau for Asia and Pacific, to the floor. Please welcome Ms. Kopasi with a big round of applause.
Hello everyone, 안녕하세요. I am trying to speak a little bit of the local language. It's a pleasure again to be with you all here this afternoon. I think we will start with a short video before we move to the presentation.
Hello, hola, 안녕하세요. My name is Wan Ju, Associate Protection Officer in UNHCR Costa Rica. Thanks to the government of Republic of Korea, past 2 years, I've been working in UNHCR Costa Rica, bringing support to refugees and asylum seekers who were forced to flee their countries and build a new life in Costa Rica. During this time, I worked in community-based protection, gender-based violence, and child protection to bring first-hand support to the people that UNHCR serves. Thanks to the kind support of the Republic of Korea, I gained field experience in the humanitarian sector, while UNHCR received the kind and strong support to achieve the mandate of protecting people forced to flee. Thank you. Muchas gracias. 감사합니다.
I hope this sets the scene to start the presentation for today. Again, I am Mimosa Kopasi and I work for the United Nations Refugee Agency. I'm part of the team in the Regional Bureau for Asia and Pacific based in Bangkok. I mentioned earlier I have been with UNHCR for a number of years. I must say almost half of my life, almost 28 years. And from my experience, it's such a rewarding experience, and I would not regret for any moment, not even one little thing. Today's presentation will focus on it's twofold. First, we will speak about who we are, what we do, and how we do it. And then we will move to what is our workforce and the opportunities in UNHCR. I hope I'm doing this right. Sorry. As I speak, here in the screen, try to scan the 2 QR codes. Basically, when you scan, they will take you to talent and outreach career page. In both pages, you will see the opportunities. On the talent outreach, you will find the newsletters. You will find more information as to what's going on currently in UNHCR, organizations, recruitment processes, as well as human resources processes and aspects. And then on the career side, you will see more of the opportunities that are currently open at UNHCR. Alternatively, you can search more at the UNHCR.org under the careers page. As mentioned earlier, we will learn a little bit more today as to who we are and what do we do and how do we do what we do, and the workforce. Who do we support? We support people that are forced to flee their own countries due to conflict or persecution. The first category is the refugees. Refugees are people who are forced to flee their own countries, leave behind their belongings due to reasons of war, violence, conflict or persecution, and those refugees are forced to cross the internationally recognized borders. Another category of persons that we support are stateless people. The stateless people are persons who are not considered to be nationals of the country where they are, and under the international laws, under the operational laws of these countries, including the persons whose nationality is not yet or remains to be established. As for the asylum seekers, who is an asylum seeker? He or she is an individual who is seeking international protection in a country outside of the home country, basically in accordance with the rules and the laws of the respective country where an asylum seeker is seeking protection and asylum. Not every asylum seeker will be or ultimately will be considered as a refugee, but every refugee has once been an asylum seeker. The next category is the category of the internally displaced persons. The internally displaced persons are those persons, and I'm reminded of the time, I'll try to be quicker. Internally displaced are displaced within their own countries without crossing the international borders, again for the same reasons, for the reasons of internal conflicts, persecution, violation, or natural disasters. And then we have the returnees, who are a category of persons who were once outside of their home countries, crossing the international borders and choose to go back home. And in most cases, is when the situation stabilizes and the situation gets better. Again, very briefly, our mandate is to help and protect forcibly displaced people, and our mandate has been established based on the Geneva 1951 Convention. It was right after the World War II. As we speak, we have about 23.2 million people who are forcibly displaced, 31 million refugees, 8.5 million asylum seekers, and 73.5 million internally displaced people. So our vision is a world where every person who is forced to flee, sorry, I'm a little behind with this, and I'm sorry about that. So our vision is to make sure that we live in a world where every person forced to flee can build a better future, and our mission is to safeguard the rights of the refugees and forcibly displaced persons, and make sure they have a better future in their home countries or in the countries where they seek refuge. Our workforce, as we speak, we have around 16,000 dedicated people who work to serve the cause of refugees and forcibly displaced persons, who tirelessly work to make a difference in the world and make the lives of people a better one. We have different profiles. I would not go into the details because both IOM and UNDP also mentioned, but just to say a few, we seek for protection, legal profiles, program delivery, We seek for security, supply, human resources, finance, administration, to mention a few. We are present globally in 136 countries, and we are willing to go wherever the needs are, being it conflict areas or protracted situations. We have a workforce of 54% male and 44% female in the entire globally. We serve in 7 regions, and those regions include Asia and Pacific, Americas, Middle East, and sorry, I lost my thought now. Asia and Pacific, Americas, Europe, Middle East, Eastern Horn, and I'm missing one region, I think. I'm very sorry, I have to refer to the notes. As I find the notes, in the interest of time, I will move to the Korean workforce and what we look for in our value proposition. We are committed to diversity, equity, inclusion, and gender parity. We work together to build better futures for people who are forced to flee. And our values and principles are around humanity, neutrality, impartiality, independence, as well as inclusion, diversity, equity, gender, and parity. I mentioned a bit earlier about the balance in UNHCR, but if we are to speak about the South Koreans workforce, the workforce of South Korean in UNHCR, we have the category of international professional officers, which is 24. We have currently two junior professional officers. We have 4 national professional officers, 24 general service staff, and 33 other contractual arrangements, which are internships, UNVs, consultants, and other affiliated workforce. The total of the Koreans in UNHCR are 93, out of which 73 female and 20 male staff. Here again, you have the QR code on the careers in UNHCR. Speaking of career opportunities, I think they are more or less similar to what was mentioned also by IOM and UNDP, so I will not go into the details in the interest of time. Thank you for keeping up. But just very quickly, we have internships, which are for a duration of 2 to 8 months. And again, internships in UNHCR are paid either by UNHCR or funded by the institution that offers the opportunity. We have the volunteer opportunities. The volunteers contribute to the community and gain relevant experience. We have again the junior professional officers who build a career in the humanitarian sector. We have the talent pool of evergreens that we call, and on that talent pool we have several profiles that in case we need to respond to emergencies, we refer to the evergreens to find the right profile for the right place. Also, in addition, we have fixed term for international positions. We have temporary appointments that are activated in case of additional needs in addition to the program-based ones, and to respond to whatever emergencies we are facing and to support the operations. Consultancies, general service staff, and national professional officers. I think UNDP mentioned earlier as to what are the criteria, so I wouldn't go into that. And also the field service positions, which are a good opportunity to gain a field experience in the operations. I have to say I had a much longer presentation, but in the interest of time, because I see the signs from there, I'll move a little bit faster, but I wouldn't escape the career page. Please do make sure to log in and to refer to the careers page in UNHCR. You will find a lot of information, not only for the job opportunities, but what we are looking for. And to close very briefly, being a United Nations field organization, we are frontliners, and we are looking for profiles that respond to this to the operations emergencies. We are looking for resilience. We are looking for the soft skills that were mentioned also earlier. I think it was IOM. We are looking also for the technical expertise, which I mentioned earlier, and that would focus on the technical aspects such as protection, legal, program delivery, security, supply, procurement, and so on and so forth. A big thank you to you all, and I hope there will be a questions and answer sessions eventually. But if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach us also separately, and do follow us on the on LinkedIn, on X or former Twitter, on Facebook and Instagram. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Mariana Granza, Associate Human Resources Officer at ICC, to the floor. Please welcome Ms. Granza with a big round of applause.
Oh, let me just get my notes because it's not showing up.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining me here today. My name, as you know, is Mariana Granja, and I work at the Human Resources section of the International Criminal Court. Today, I will share with you our career opportunities, explain how our recruitment process works, and give you some tips to improve your applications. But before we start, I wanted to share a quick story. I am from Brazil, a country quite far from the ICC, just like Korea. And before I joined the court, this idea seemed something very far from my reality, something complicated that maybe was not for me, almost unachievable. And don't get me wrong, the recruitment processes are competitive, but they are doable. If you're interested in a position and have a profile, a background that fits, you have a good chance, even if you're half away across the world, like I was and like many of you are. In my case, I first joined the court as a visiting professional, a type of position that I'm going to explain to you more about. I fell in love with the work of the court, so I decided to apply to staff positions. And I applied, and eventually it worked. And the path isn't always straightforward or quick, but it's definitely possible. So let's start this presentation and see how we can make this happen. To start, let me share with you some general information about the court. The ICC is the first permanent international criminal court. It helps put an end to impunity for the perpetrators of the most serious crimes of concern to the international community. It investigates, prosecutes, and tries individuals accused of genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and crime of aggression. We have 4 organs: Presidency, Judicial Divisions, Office of the Prosecutor, and Registry, as well as some independent bodies, such as the Secretariat of the Assembly of States Parties and the Trust Fund for Victims. When we talk about numbers, the ICC has more or less 900 staff members from around 100 countries. If we include in this calculation interns, visiting professionals, consultants, and other external personnel, this number goes up to 1,300. We operate with 1 liaison office to the UN in New York and 6 country offices and field presences. We work in 2 languages, English and French. For most positions, you only need to be proficient in one of them to work at the court. Some positions consider having the other working language as an asset, so we always advise investing in languages if this is something that you consider. Our headquarters are located in The Hague in the Netherlands, a very, very nice city. Most people think that because we are a court, we only need lawyers, but this is far from the truth. for us to operate, we need people from different backgrounds and functions. We hire a lot of professionals who studied international relations, political science, social sciences in general, as well as communications, IT, and the list goes on. At the court, we work hard to achieve a fair geographical representation, which means having staff from all our states' bodies. Some countries are currently very underrepresented, which is the case of Korea. Therefore, application of Korean nationals are highly encouraged. If you are interested in the work of the court, or if you have friends who you think might be a good fit, please check our website. Please tell them to apply. I'm going to talk a bit about our internship and visiting professional opportunities. Internships, I think, are a great way to start your career at the ICC. To be an intern at the court, you need to have less than 3 years of relevant professional experience to the position. You also need to be at least in the final stages of your bachelor's degree, but we have a lot of people who decide to do an internship after the master's, for example. Visiting professionals, on the other hand, need to have more than 3 years of work experience. Visiting professional is the type of position that I started working at the court. To be a visiting professional, you also need to have at least a bachelor's degree. For internships, you need to be available from 3 to 6 months, and visiting professionals from 1 to 6 months. We advertise positions almost every week, and you can apply to as many positions as you wish. If you check our QR code, you can learn more about these type of placements. The court has also a junior professional officer program. This is a great program that we are very proud of. This program, as they had mentioned, donor countries fund candidates from 1 to 3 years, and the candidates work at the court as staff members at the P2 level. We have a JPO agreement with Korea, and whenever a position is available, it is advertised on our website. Now talking about staff positions, you find all our advertised positions by scanning this QR code. But before you explore, I just want to explain this difference between the types of positions. We have 2 main categories: professional level positions, which you recognize by a P in the title, and general service level positions, which have a G in the title. And they have different requirements. So it's good to browse our website, to read the vacancies, and learn about these different requirements. All our staff positions, as well as the internship and visiting professional ones, are advertised on our website and LinkedIn. And this is how our recruitment process works. First, you go to our website, create a profile, and submit your application. After you have created a profile, you can use the main information that you have already added there to apply to different vacancies. After you have applied, the hiring managers check the applications, shortlist candidates, and the human resources section confirms their eligibility. This eligibility is done according to the criteria established in the vacancy announcement. And then we move to the assessment stage. For internships and visiting professional positions, usually it's done only a short and informal interview. For staff positions, some recruitments involve a written test and an interview, and sometimes just an interview. After the process has been completed, a candidate is selected, and we move with the appointment process. At this point, all selected candidates go through something that we call security vetting, which is a background check, and then for staff positions, also medical clearance. And then they start working. When you create a profile, you need to complete 3 different parts. The first part is the main profile. Here, you will include your educational background, professional experience, personal details, all the languages that you speak, and your IT skills. Try to add everything, because depending on the position, a specific language or IT skill might be a real asset. The second part is the duties and responsibilities form. In this form that you need to download, complete, and upload to your application, you will provide details about all your professional experience, including a list of your duties of each role. You will also include whether the job was part-time, full-time, paid, unpaid. This form is the main tool used to assess your professional experience. And finally, the motivation letter. This is very important. I cannot stress this enough. This is the first opportunity that you're going to have to make an impression. It's usually the first thing that the hiring manager will read, so you need to grab their attention here. Make sure to draft a specific motivation letter for each position that you apply. Talk about your qualifications and how they connect to the position. Think about transferable skills, things that you learned in previous job positions or in university. This can be drafting skills, research, analysis, dealing with a multicultural environment. It can be a lot of things. Check the vacancy to see what it is requiring and see where you can find good matches. And also, when talking about the motivation, don't mention only why you want to work at the ICC in general, but also why you want to work in that specific position, in that specific department. This is also very important. And finally, we are getting to the end of the presentation, the assessment process. If you are invited to a test or interview, make sure you prepare well. Go back and review the vacancy announcement, especially the duties and responsibilities form and the competencies required. Do some research on the ICC. Check out its strategic objectives and any reports online that relate to your field. Now about the assessments. Written tests usually focus on your experience and technical skills. You will be asked to do tasks linked to the actual work that you are going to do if you are hired. For example, if you are applying for a position as an administrative assistant, you might be asked to draft an email or work on an Excel file. If it's a legal position in chambers, you could be asked to prepare a draft decision, or maybe you have to draft a proposal, a project, or recommendations. It really depends on the job. Looking at the duties and responsibilities of the vacancy announcement will give you a good idea of what to expect. Interviews mix technical questions with competency-based ones. When you get invited to an interview, read about the ICC core and leadership competencies and get familiar with them. For the competency-based part, as everyone has said, please learn how to prepare your answers using the STAR or CAR methods. Basically, you walk the recruiter through a situation that you faced, the tasks required, how you handle it or solve the problem, and what was the result. You need to give examples from your past experience, from situations that really happened. So if you're not familiar with them, as they said, please Google this type of interviews. And now we have reached the end of our presentation. I really hope that this was helpful and that you have learned a bit more about our career opportunities. Please check our available positions and feel free to contact us through these emails. The first one is for staff positions, the second one for internship and visiting professional ones, and the third one for the JPO program. Thank you very much, and we hope to receive your application soon.
Thank you for your presentation. Last but not least, I would like to invite Ms. Taeyong Lee, HR Business Partner at OECD, to the floor. Please welcome Ms. Lee with a big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. For the sake of this interview, for this presentation, I'll conduct it in English, but it's very nice to meet you all. And also, I currently work in the Human Resources Services of the OECD as an HR business partner. And prior to this, I actually was a JPO from the National of Korea in UNESCO. And I, as a Korean national, I think it was a very good opportunity to take on the JPO experience. And like many colleagues said before, it's a great opportunity. So I encourage you to all have a look as well. So for this presentation, we will have a look at what the OECD is, and I will guide you through the specific steps. So what is the OECD? So the OECD is an intergovernmental organization with the main motto of building better policies for better lives. We draw upon over 60 years of experience and insights to shape policies and standards that builds better societies that are more sustainable, clean, and better for the future. In terms of global reach, we have 38 member countries currently, and we span across different globally and across varieties of continents. And currently we have also 5 partnering countries and a few accession countries. As an example, Colombia was one of our recent joiners in 2020. In terms of operations, the OECD was established after World War II, and it was part of the Marshall Plan for the reconstruction of Europe, and it was the convention was signed in 1961. The budget is mostly funded primarily by member states, and the proportions or the ratio is based on the economy or size of the economy of the member country. We are based in Paris, so around 98% of our staff members are based in Paris. But we do have some very small field offices across different countries that are listed on the slide. And our main official languages are English and French. So next slide is how we work. So the OECD is really a forum, it's really a powerhouse and a knowledge hub to create standards, trusted statistics, analysis, and to allow for dialogue between member countries and partners and etc. in order to implement the relevant policies and in order to create better societies. A lot of people assume that we have a variety of positions which are for economists and policy analysts, but we do also hire for corporate functions, including HR, IT, finance, conference support, and etc. But for now, I'll show you the policy areas that the OECD really focuses on. And it ranges from agriculture to trade, digital economy, as well as AI. And as you see, it's a quite extensive list. But one of the main assessments or main things that is known to the public of the OECD is the PISA assessment, or which is also called the Program for International Student Assessment. And this is a program that measures, for example, 15-year-olds' ability to use mathematics, to be able to read, understanding of science, and etc., to see whether the economy is able to have a good education system, and also to see how we can overcome challenges and etc. For the sake of time, I won't go further into the other areas, but please have a look in case there is any areas of interest for you. And like I said before, these are not only the roles that the OECD hires for. We also look into areas that are more in the corporate fields. So I will move on to who we are, and the OECD's core values are listed here, and we really look at these into the candidates based on their profile and really at the assessment and interview stage. But I will go quickly, for the sake of time, go into the employment category, and you'll see how our headcount increases since 2020. So in 2024, we reached over 4,500 staff members of all staff categories. And the highest number of headcount is from the official staff category. This is just our initiatives in terms of reaching gender equality across the employment categories, and just having a look at our policy analysis and legal, job family, as well as our executive leadership. We're really striving to ensure gender parity for all roles. And if I move on, this is just a layout of our nationality distribution. And it's maybe a little small, but you'll see that France is our most represented nationality or member state. And this is mainly because we're based in Paris. But if I have a closer look at Korea, we have 82 staff in an official category. But I really hope today's event gives you more interest in this in our organization and really apply for our role, which I really encourage you to. And next up, it's really going over the recruitment processes that the OECD goes for, and a lot of our colleagues already explained the processes, so perhaps I won't repeat it over again. But who we look for is we look for candidates with academic excellence, relevant experience, integrity, accountability, and commitment. And in terms of opportunities, we hire for official staff members, and this is really our main recruitment channel. And the vacancies are posted on an ongoing basis. The recruitment of roles can be a variety of specialties, like I shared before, ranging from policy analysis to HR, IT, and finance. In 2024, for example, we hired around 377 official staff. And on the blue box there, you can see our requirements, which is you have to be from a member country and you must speak English and or French. And I take this opportunity for you all to have a look at our careers website when you have the opportunity. The next type of employment category is the YAP program, or the Young Associates program, and this is specifically for candidates who are recent undergraduates that want to have a career in international organizations and want to get some experience prior to going to do their master's degree. So it's really for recent undergraduates before they enroll into a master's program. And the next vacancies will be open in autumn of 2025. And throughout all our YP programs, we always were successful in hiring a Korean candidate. So I hope you have a look as well when they come live in autumn. And again, in the blue box, you'll see the requirements for the role, for the program. And finally, our internship program, I think it's very similar to what most of our colleagues said before, so I won't repeat it, but for us, you have to be enrolled as a student to be able to enroll or to apply for the role. You must be available within 1 month and also show excellent command of English and or French. And you'll see the other requirements and information on internship programs on the slide. And finally, how we recruit. I won't go over the step-by-step because I think you all know it by now, but just have a look at our core competencies framework, which is really there to guide you when you want to go through when you go through the OECD interview process. We have 6 core competencies, all having 3 different levels based on the grade of the role. And just a tip, have a look at the core competencies on the job description of the role you applied for, just to ensure you are looking at the correct level and correct competency. I'll just go very quickly. And these are the steps, as everyone of our colleagues already mentioned. So I won't go into details, but we do have an assessment and then goes on to a panel interview, and most of our official recruitment processes take from 4 to 6 months. And then internship process, which also which is shown here. And you apply, you would be put into a pool of candidates, which then hiring managers can find in terms of which areas of expertise that you selected in your application process. Internship recruitment processes are very fast. It's usually 1 to 2 months. So just an FYI. And what we offer, I'll go super fast. Just have a look at our presentation here. But these are our entitlements and benefits for officials, which shows you the type of package that you would receive if you do come as an official, as well as there are career development opportunities, including trainings and language courses offered by the OECD, and some really engaging groups and well-being activities that are available in the OECD. I hope this was not too fast. I think I rambled a bit at the end, but here is our QR code. Please do have a look, and this will direct you to our careers page where you can set up alerts for roles that you may be interested in. Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure meeting you all today.
Thank you all for your insightful presentations. We will now open the floor to questions for all of our speakers. Please come forward for the joint Q&A session when the tables are ready. For the speakers, we have gathered questions in advance, and we kindly ask you to address those you find relevant. And for the audience, please raise your hand if you have any questions, and our staff will hand over the microphone. Please briefly introduce yourself before asking the question. Okay, for those who have questions, please raise. Sorry. A second.
Hello, my name is Jane Chan, and firstly, I would like to say thank you for your presentations. It was such an honor to get all the information that you gave. So now let me move on to my question. From your presentations, I heard that there are many paths to get into an international organization. However, I wonder whether there's a major that you prefer to hire to your organizations. The reason why I ask this is because I'm currently majoring in French language and literature. However, to graduate, I need to choose a double major. What majors would be helpful for getting a job at an international organization? I'm currently considering political science and international relations, international studies, business administration, and economics. Also, in Korean society, job postings often have restrictions like only business and economics majors can apply. Is that also the case for international organizations? Thank you.
Okay, we often get asked questions. Thank you for the question. We often get asked questions, you know, what should I study? And my answer is you should study what you love, because you'll be much happier if you study something that you're fascinated by, that you're interested in. And the good thing about the United Nations is there is something for everybody in the United Nations, whether it's economics or political science or whatever. So, by the way, your undergraduate French language and literature, excellent choice, because we are short of French speakers in the UN.
The second part of the question, what was it?
Well, thank you for your answer. We may move on to the next question, please.
Hello, I'm Bei Park, and I'm currently seeking for a job in international organizations after quitting my job in private sector. According to your speech, I guess that relevant experiences needed to be a professional. So I'm wondering that is it possible to be transited to a professional from my work experience in private sector without any relevant experience in international organizations? Or would it be better to start over from the top, such as like internship or kind of thing?
Thanks. It's a very valid question. I do believe my colleagues may have other opinions, but it depends a little bit on your area of expertise. And you're looking at the UN, which is probably one of the most competitive employers in the area of you know, the international development or humanitarian contexts. So I would not say internship, certainly not. However, gaining experience, maybe in a non-governmental organization, would strengthen your CV. Now, depending on your expertise, if your expertise is, I don't know, finance or communications, then the leap is not that difficult, because we do need communication officers as well, etc. However, if you want, not suddenly, but if your interest is into, I don't know, gender equality, and you've never worked in gender equality, you bet other candidates will have a profile which is closer to our needs. So one way to go about it is to find a position in another employer which may not be as competitive as the UN, and to start gaining the experience. Or it can be the private sector, but working on the topic in question. Kind of a parallel move. You have still one foot in the private sector, but working on something related to the activities you're actually interested in. But it is a challenging shift, for sure.
Does anyone have a question?
Sorry, I already have the mic, so may I?
Okay, no worries.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Soo Yeon. I'm a migrant studies scholar here in South Korea. Yes, IOM. So my question, I have two questions. So I think a lot of us in the room grew up with a very rosy picture of world crumbling and UN coming in to save the day, but what we have kind of witnessed in the past decade or so is very much different. We've been seeing ongoing genocide, we've been seeing recurring wars, struggle to reach a climate agreement. And as an aspiring UN worker, I'm personally quite concerned about this, the outlook of the industry, so to say. So I would love to know how your agencies, to the extent that you can share, how your agencies were impacted by the funding cuts and the political climate shifts recently. And on the more, let's say, more hopeful note, I know a lot of you have worked in this for 21 years, 35 years. And if you have any reason to believe that the system will survive and that your agency will be resilient through this, what are the reasons to believe so?
I guess probably of all the people here, IOM is the most impacted by recent events. We've just separated 8,000 staff because we had a very significant exposure to US funding. And I think anybody who's working in the humanitarian space is going to have that sort of significant exposure. My sister was just let go as well. She works for Save the Children in Sri Lanka for the same reasons. But I'm an optimist, and I know that we still need to be focusing on development. We still have 134 million people that UNHCR is looking after. 1 in 8 people is a migrant in the world. People are still migrating, they're still losing their lives. Last year, for example, was the deadliest year on record for people losing their lives crossing the Mediterranean. So our work is still absolutely vital, absolutely necessary. Our sources of funding may change. So we've had a shock, but we'll come back from that shock, and we will still be relevant, and we will still be there, and we are still, the United Nations is still the only organization on earth with the convening power to address the massive issues facing this planet. So I'm an optimist in that regard.
If I may just compliment to what Michael said. UNHCR was also very much impacted by the financial situation. Yeah, we were probably not as much hit as IOM, but considerable number of people were laid off, like 3,000, sorry, 3,000. However, where there are challenges, there are always opportunities, and I think it's a way to see as to how do we work in different ways. We are looking, because so far we have been program-based organization, so we are looking into a combined program-based with projectized, personnel-based approach. So we are looking into these opportunities because we are needed out there. There are still conflicts ongoing everywhere in many regions. There are still wars ongoing, and there are still people who need the support, especially the forcibly displaced people and stateless people, in addition to what Michael mentioned, the migrants. Thank you.
Thank you for your answers. Thank you all for your enthusiastic participation, but due to the time constraints, we will have to close the floor after one last question.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Jie Wang. I'm a second-year undergraduate student at the University of Bristol in the UK. And as I'm only a second-year undergraduate, I'm more interested in the medium and long-term prospects for your organizations, especially considering that a certain very powerful man in America is facing re-election in 2028. how do you see your organizations changing, both in terms of what's demanded of your organizations, what needs you'll be expecting from your employees in the medium and long term as you look forward to the late 2020s and the early 30s? Thank you.
Thank you, and it's a very relevant, good question. In terms of the OECD, I think like many UN organizations, with the changes in the politics and etc., of course our output areas and our areas of focus changed a lot. So things like climate change and areas of work related may be less worked on, but there is a shift in our interest into energy and things like that. So of course, there will always be these shifts in work based on how the member states cooperate and our politics and etc. But considering these rapid changes and changes that are kind of beyond our power, I think the candidates we really look for are those that are flexible and are able to adapt to these changing times. And it's really uncertain right now for, I think, most of our organizations. But it's really candidates who are able to adapt and perhaps also are able to work with agility and strong communication skills just to ensure that the correct messages are spoken to the relevant stakeholders and etc.
Well, thank you very much for your answer. Please give all of our speakers a big round of applause for their informative and engaging presentations once again. This is the end of the group session. As requested earlier, please remember to bring over the survey sheet. And thank you once again for your active participation and hope you have a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you.